Daniel, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs to the channel before I even got here. I didn't even do anything. Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. D-sh-k, A-N-S-k, I-E-L underscore shk, C 8. Thank you. Hello everyone. Hello Randomous Brains, Barome, the Closer, Robos, and Olivia, Green Ninja, and NC, Shkataka, Distractakanka, Shaka, Alfir, De Fuji, Dali Joel. Hello. Is it just me or are the background LEDs new? They are like 3 or 4 streams old now, Destructicon. I guess you missed the stream where we like talked about all the new lights and stuff, but what else? Fuji, thank you for your sub. Thank you. Thank you. Ishk, Ysk, at, click, Usk, J, Ishk. Thank you. I love how you always read this part of my name properly. LOL, most people just ignore and call me Robo. That's fair. I like this part of your name. I think it's like the most fun part. You know? I see. You were reality shifting. That makes sense. Destructicon. Do you have a note from the reality shifting doctor that you can submit? Because usually they give notes. Hello CEO. Hello. Mario's. I'm gonna be a weapon expert soon. What? Dolly Dole, that's kind of scary, but that's kind of cool. Nice. Very nice. And hello, Tony Morales. Hello. How's your Wednesday going? My Wednesday's going great. I've been sleeping weird for the past maybe 3 or 4 days. My REM cycles have been like split, I think. For the past 3 or 4 days, I've been going to sleep and then like waking up and staying awake for like 2 hours and then going back to sleep, which feels wrong, but like I think it's fine. I'm still getting like 8-ish hours, so it's probably fine. But yeah, that's been a weird thing that's been happening. I am on that 1500 sleep schedule, exactly. I do kind of want to sleep through the night. I feel like that's more satisfying. But either way, I've still been waking up with lots of energy and having good days. Hello there, Tabulator. Welcome in. What do you do during those hours that you wake up in the middle of the night? I try to go back to sleep. I spend the entire time trying to go back to sleep. So I usually am putting on ASMR videos or non-ASMR videos that I find relaxing, to varying degrees of success. Last night I was like binge watching Noah Samson's second channel, which is just called like Noah Time. Noah Samson is like a leftist video essayist, and honestly, I was never super into his video essays. I thought they were just nothing I needed. I was never learning anything from them. I think his videos were made for someone lesser. That sounds horrible. Someone who's maybe like still in college or like at the beginning of college or something like that. His video essays, they're still good. They have like valuable discourse, but it's just not super like revelatory, and it never has been for me. But his Noah Time channel is like his second channel. It's a little bit more just like vlog style, but there's no like loud noises, there's no music in the background, there's not a lot of fast jump cuts or anything, and it's just him talking about his life, and it's so relaxing. I really like his voice, and so yeah, last night I don't even know how many videos I watched from that channel, but I watched like a ton of them because I was just I've also been watching, oh gosh, I can't remember her new name, but, she used to go by Sugar Boogers. She's an ASM artist, and she does art. She does a lot of painting and drawing, and I've been watching her videos as well to try and go to sleep. But she doesn't go by that, yeah, creative something, creative, or no, it's something creative, isn't it? Something creative. Quiet Creative. Yes, thank you, Sanchope. Quiet Creative. Yes, I've been watching her videos. It's so relaxing to fall asleep to. I love the way she meanders through topics. I put that in a comment on one of her recent videos. I was like, I've been binging your channel. I love the way you go through your content, your topics. Because she has such a great voice and such a nice vibe. Just found her stuff. That's interesting. Nice. And Sanchobe, thank you for your tip. Thank you so much. I'd love to give you a reading. Let's see. What decks will I use today? I want to use Anima Mundi and the cloud. Gosh, I'm sorry. I feel like I keep making loud noises by accident. Hello, Shy Chimchar. Anytime I see content creators commenting on other people's videos, it makes me happy. A lot of support energy gets tossed around. Yeah, I love commenting on people's videos. I commented on one of Noah Samson's videos, that it was a great ASMR video, which I thought was funny. But whatever. Let's see what the cards have for Sanchobe. Did you get a harder reply? No. No, I did not. But that's okay. I'm not sure if they read comments. Alright, Sanchobe. We have the Empress. The Six of Wands, got a flower theme going. And the Chariot. The Empress, the Six of Wands, and the Chariot. Very positive reading here. Whoa, gosh. Super positive reading. This is your success, begetting the success of the people who you care about. So it's like your success and your forward momentum, bringing more forward momentum and success to your family, your friends, your coworkers, your success spreading to other people in like a, what's it called? Like a a cycle that empowers itself, snowball-y cycle when things feed each other. I can't think of the word for that. Mutual expansion. I can't think of the word. But yes. No, not a vicious cycle. The opposite. The opposite of a vicious cycle. The positive cycle. Mutually more than mutually beneficial. Positive feedback loop. Thank you. Breath of moonlit air. That's what I needed. Positive feedback loop. Exactly. This felt like deja vu. Yeah, I think I've been unable to think of that word before. Let's see what the cards have. The shield. Interesting. So maybe this will be some kind of protective success. Maybe the success that you are going to be experiencing is going to be like a defensive success, like, I don't know, stopping the house from being foreclosed. I don't think that's the exact situation, but maybe you know what I mean. Getting the extra credit from the professor that you need the extra credit from. Stopping the impending crisis, conquering the impending crisis, and that strength inspiring the people around you to be able to fight back against whatever things they're fighting back against. Positive defensive energy. Yeah, I definitely think with the Chariot, this is you succeeding publicly, getting other people's recognition for your success, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your success itself. Forward momentum, success. That success being perceived publicly, and that success inspiring other people in your life and making them believe that they can do what you did. Making them believe that they can fight as hard as you did. Making them believe that they can also have positive rewards for their hard work. Making them believe that they can also win even when the cards are stacked against them, even when they're playing defense. Sometimes you can win from the defensive. Sometimes you can win from the defensive, okay? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated, and I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for your tip. Thank you. Click. Yes, positive feedback loop. I think your deja vu is on point there, truly. I think there's a lot of specific words that I use frequently, or concepts that I want to access frequently, that I can't remember the names of. And it happens like with the same concepts. I don't know what is broken inside of me. It's like there's specific concepts that my brain wants to talk about all the time and has decided to not remember. Positive feedback loops is one of those concepts. It's a concept that I know, obviously, but I can't think of like the normal terminology for it. So often. But maybe this is how I cure the curse, by talking about it. Positive feedback loops. Positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loop. Positive feedback loop. If you want to spice it up, you can also call it hitting resonance frequency. I don't know, Destructicon, that sounds a little bit new age. That sounds a little bit Crystal Girl to me. Resonance frequency? Sorry. Sounds a little bit Crystal Girl to me. true. Crystal Girls had a big part in including that in mechanical engineering. It's true. Everyone says that there's not enough women in STEM, and no one remembers the Crystal Girls. Or the astrology girlies. What the heck is up with that? Excuse me. I think culturally, women are actually a huge part of STEM. We have like the most cultural representation in crystal matters and also star matters, okay? Women are STEM. It's true. It's true. What about horse girls? I don't know if horse girls are STEM, but horse girls are definitely like, the ag girls, right? They're the ag girls. Dude, at LSU, Louisiana State University, there's like a milk side of campus. It's hilarious. So LSU is one of the biggest like ag schools in the nation, agriculture, ag schools. It might be the biggest, I'm not sure, but I know it's one of the biggest. And there's like it's also one of the hugest campuses, like in space. It's like a small town LSU campus. It's massive. It takes it takes probably around an hour to walk from one end of campus to the other. And then if you want to walk like around the whole campus, you can easily kill like 3 hours. It's crazy. But oh yeah, Texas A&M. That's probably the biggest ag school. But yeah, Louisiana State University is like one of the top probably 5. But there's like a whole milk side of campus, which is so funny. It's so funny. It's the milk side, and they sell milk stuff, and they have like a whole cow farm. Like the campus is big enough that they have a dairy farm on campus. It's wild. The whole town. It's a whole town. A&M is bigger than LSU in terms of size of population. Well, I don't know about size. My instinct says population, because everything's bigger in Texas, right? But, I mean, I don't actually know. I've never been there. Gotta say, love your stuff. You make the world better. Aw, thank you, Oroboro. Orobore. Welcome to the chat. Thank you. I just saw a picture. It looks like a full city. Yeah. It basically has, like, an internal economy, internal politics. They have their own laws when it comes to protesting. It's a whole place, okay? I just googled LSU's 2,000 acres. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. If you get hit by a bus, you get free tuition. It's true. It's why we all walk in front of the buses. I'm getting my first tattoo in a week. I'm very excited, but also nervous. Ooh, that is exciting. A&M is 5.2k acres. Oh, okay, yeah, Texas A&M is bigger. That's wild. And the Green Ninja, thank you. Thank you for your tip. I would love to give you a reading. There's no need for things to be this large. So true, Freddy with an IE. So true. Alright. Let's see what the cards have for green. Green ninja. Green ninja. We have the devil. The devil and the 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of Wands. And Six of Cups. Oh gosh, this is interesting. I'm feeling a sense of like breaking out here. This is kind of giving me St. Francis of Assisi vibes. Green Ninja, have you ever seen the movie Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon? It's like this old hippy-dippy movie about St. Francis and St. Clair. But this is kind of giving me the vibe of that moment when St. Francis leaves his family and breaks out. Shk, shk. Thank you, Distractica. Thank you for your tip. Yes, I will give Peacekeeper a reading, if they want, if they so desire, after this one. But Green Ninja, if you're not familiar, basically St. Francis came from a very, very wealthy family during the, what war was it? The 100 Years War? I want to say it was the 100 Years War, right? Or it might have been even before. No, it was before the 100 Years War. Because the 100 Years War was like Joan of Arc times, which I feel like was way after. Then again, it lasted 100 years, so I might be wrong. What war was it? I don't even know. Whatever. Frickin' heckin' long time ago. St. Francis of Assisi was fighting in a war. He was from a very, very, very wealthy family. And he came back from war. And the war had changed him in a way where his family was very concerned for his mental health. The War of the Roses, definitely not. Because he was not an Englishman. And definitely way before that, I think. 1350 actually sounds about right, so it might have been the 100 Years War. I can't remember. Do y'all want to have like a St. Francis of Assisi lore stream? Oh my gosh. Looks like it was the Battle of Calistrata in 1202. That rings even more correct. Anyway, his family was concerned for him. He came back from war a different person because he grew up in wealth. And he grew up in luxury, and his family was a clothing, textile merchant family. His family was like one of the wealthiest in Assisi. Assisi's in like Italy, right? Assisi's in Italy, right? Colistrata? Yeah, Colistrata. And so he was Catholic, his family was Catholic, but they were like dripping in wealth. And whenever he came back from war, Francis recognized the hypocrisy of his family's wealth, and he like took all of these nice clothes from his family's stores and like started throwing them out of the windows of his place, and he stripped himself naked and walked into the middle of the town and said that he was done with the wealth and with the decadence, and he was very heavily judged by that. Everyone thought he was insane. Again, everyone there was already Catholic. It wasn't really like he was trying to convert anyone in this heavily Catholic place. It was more like he was just trying to make a statement to say that, like, y'all are being hypocritic, and y'all are saying that you're Catholic, but you're just, like, not meaning anything that you're whatever. And he left the town and lived as a hermit before he eventually gathered 12 followers. Sounds familiar, right? 12 followers who were his first brothers, and he started the Franciscan Brotherhood. and eventually there were more followers. But they shaved their head, they wore plain clothing, they were one of the first orders of Catholic monastics. They weren't the first. There were a couple before them, but they were one of the earliest. And this reading gives me a similar sense of breaking out of decadence. Breaking out of decadence, okay? Not because the decadence is evil, or not because decadence itself is necessarily evil, but I get the sense that there's some form of decadence in your history or in your context, Green Ninja, that isn't true to your values in some kind of way, okay? It's not true to your values. It's not true to what you believe in. And you've been raised in the context of this narrative that that kind of decadence is just the default, and it's what it should be, what you should have, how you should present. And so breaking away from it is scary, and it doesn't make you feel poor per se, but it makes you feel wrong. It makes you feel wrong, oh, people are going to look at me as an other, as someone who rejected all this stuff. But I think that you must reject it. I think that you feel you must reject it because it's not true to your values anymore. The Nine of Wands here, Nine of Wands is usually about building up a boundary, but seeing the Nine of Wands paired with the Six of Cups makes me feel like you're breaking through a boundary that has already been built up around you by your context. And the Devil here, I think, is kind of that feeling of this is just how things are supposed to be. Why should I question this? Why should I question any of this? This is just the framework that I'm brought up in. And then the Nine of Pentacles is that decadence, 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 decadence. Let's get an oracle card for you now. Oracle card, oracle card, oracle card, oracle card. The Green Ninja. The Jump, yes. Escape. Escape, 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 escape. Escape, breaking through that barrier. The Six of Cups I always think of as walking away from something and your back is turned. Your back is turned. And the significance of the back being turned is even if it's hard to say goodbye, it's not something that you regret. You're not constantly looking back. You're not wishing that you stayed. You're turning your back and walking away because you know that it's what's good. Okay, Green Ninja. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that made sense. I hope that resonated for you. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very, 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 very much. And also, Christina T, clickety click, and the Blue-Eyed Demon, the Blue Eyes Demon TV. Thank you both for your subs. Thank you so much. Give me a lot to think about. Quite relevant as always. Yay, you're welcome, you're welcome. You're welcome. You are very, 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 very welcome. Alright. Now, Christina D, Christina D, Christina D. Here's your name trace. Click, click, click. C-H-R-I-S-D. Click I. M-A-S-H underscore D. Click Ishk. Hey. Thank you. Christina D. Christina D. Christina D. Christina D. Christina D. And Blue Eyes Demon. Shk. Here's your name trace. D. Click H. E. B. Click L. G, click, R, sk, E, Y, click, F, sk, O, X, 9, click, 9, click, 9, click, 9, click, 9, click. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sketchy, sketchy, go me. Sketchy, sketchy, go me. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Peacekeeper. Thank you too. Thank you. Thank you for gifting us up the gray box. B, click. 3, shk. A, shk. C, 3, click. Underscore. K, click, click. 3, shk. 3, click. V, shk. 3, click. R, shk, shk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Click. Click. Shk, shk. I kept Googling about campus sizes and I found the biggest one in the world. Berry College in Georgia. Georgia, the country, I'm guessing. 27K acres. And their enrollment is only 2K. Oh, the state. Okay, that actually makes sense. I bet it's ag. It's gotta be agriculture. I bet most of the campus is agriculture. I bet they're growing shit like animals and plants. I bet it. I'd bet not my life on it, but something. I'd bet something on it, okay? Click, click. Shk, shk. Look at the pictures. It's like plains and trees. Nice. Nice. Shk, tuk, 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 tuk. Okay, let's see, let's see, let's see. Shk, shk. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Shk, 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 shk. Shk, shk. Did Peacekeepers say that they wanted a reading? Reading, 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 reading. Where was that? Where was that? Where was that? Where was that? Shk. Click, click. Click, click. Click, click. Click, click. Shk, shk, shk. Shk. Peacekeeper, would you like a tarot reading sponsored by Destructicon? Peacekeeper might have said that and Destructicon was sneaky. Okay. I will give you a reading. Let's see. Let's see what the cards have for Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper, Peacekeeper, Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper, Peacekeeper, Peacekeeper. Beekeeper. Have the 8 of Pentacles. This is one of my favorite cards. The 3 of Cups. And the Knight of Cups. Oof, you are working hard for your friends. This is the social labor. And it's very interesting because it's a mix of emotional labor and physical labor. This is like you're building a tree house for your neighborhood or something. The 8 of Pentacles usually refers to some kind of like physical, material, tangible labor. But paired with the Knight of Cups and the 3 of Cups, you're doing it for a social group as like a gift, as an act of service, an act of love, okay? An act of love. So I really get the sense that you're putting in some kind of labor for your friends, for the sake of your friendship, for the sake of your community. Yeah, as an act of service, which is interesting. Let's get another card here. Four of Pentacles. That is interesting. What is being held back here? What is being held back here? Peacekeeper. I think this Four of Pentacles isn't necessarily something bad, but it's that there's an element of this that is a little bit selfish as well. Not selfish in the bad way, but just like, I think that it's self-interested but also socially interested. I'm going to go back to the neighborhood analogy. This is more like, instead of a tree house, maybe it's more like you get chickens and you start raising chickens in your backyard, and you start selling eggs to your neighbors for like 10 cents an egg. You have 1,000,000 eggs, so you're profiting, and everyone else is also profiting, and it's an act of service for your community that brings everyone together, and you love them and they love you, but also you are scoring a profit, and you're also gaining everyone's respect, you're gaining control, you're gaining authority. All right, so it is something that you're doing it for everyone, but it's a little bit, almost, I would say, politically motivated. That actually makes sense with the Knight of Cups too. Kind of politically motivated. Oh god, it's another word that I forget all the time. Altruism. There we go. Politically motivated altruism. On my way to head of the HOA. Oh my god, amazing. Not said. Thank you for your prime. Thank you. And click a shk L C E shk D 0 shk 1. Thank you. And let's see what the cloud cards have for you. Peacekeeper. Oh my god, that emote's so cute, Song Knuckle. Ooh, intense, Peacekeeper. We have the storm. The storm. I'm imagining clouds rolling in from the horizon. This is like politically motivated altruism. I feel like you're going to become a leader right in time for your community to need you. And I don't think that's your goal. I don't think your goal is to be needed. I don't think your goal is to be, the head of the zombie killing organization. But I think you're going to be gaining authority, gaining influence, and gaining kind of power and command right in time for the storm to hit. And so, more than this reading being about you gaining influence, because I think that's just going to be something that happens naturally, I think this reading is almost more of a, not exactly a warning, but it's like letting you know that you are going to have a lot of responsibility very soon, and you should be prepared for that, okay? You should be prepared for that. The leaf blowers, right on time, my friends. I apologize. I wish I could change their schedule, but alas, I cannot. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated in some way. I hope that you enjoyed. I'm not ready for responsibility. None of the best leaders are, okay? That's what they all say. None of the best leaders are quite ready. And King Crimson, thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you. Okay, click, click. I dot N G sh C R click I dot M sh S O sh N. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Saint Francis of Assisi is really, really interesting because he comes from like truly what we would call the Dark Ages for Italy, okay? Truly the Dark Ages. Not a lot of literate people, not a lot of good history being written. The church was full of corruption. It was not a very well recorded time, which a lot of people don't know, that the Dark Ages doesn't mean like the bad time. The Dark Ages is called that because we don't have clarity on it. It's dark in the sense of we don't know much about what happened then. We know it was bad though because there wasn't a lot of people writing history, which usually means that there's a lot less literate people, which usually means that there's probably a lot more chaos. So we can kind of assume that most places weren't doing too well, but the reason it's called the Dark Ages is because like we don't have light on the time period. It's confusing. We don't know all of the bad things that happened or all of the good things that happened. Countries' borders, we don't even, I mean, first of all, countries weren't really countries as much as they were regions at that time, but even like regional territories and stuff, it's not clearly defined in history. The stuff that we do write, the written records that we do have from that time are all of like kind of questionable legitimacy. It's a very confusing time historically. It's a very confusing time. The original chill. Thank you. Thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. T click H sk E O R sk I click G I dot N A sk L C H sk I dot Do you know if there was a reason for all that? I mean, it was just like general chaos. Like, Europe is big. First of all, the Dark Ages is really only kind of a European thing. Stuff was happening, from what I understand, in the Middle East and Asia and Africa. The Dark Ages wasn't as like distinct of an era for them as it was for Europe, right? But the Dark Ages in Europe is big enough that there's no one reason for why all of Europe was kind of going through this weird transitory time. There's a lot of things that the Dark Ages are blamed on. I mean, I don't even think any historians are like dumb enough to blame it on anything, but there's lots of, let's say, causal factors. One is kind of the transition from like a feudal system to a capitalist system, which was happening. It didn't happen in a moment. It happened in a collection of moments at slightly different times in slightly different ways and slightly different industries overlapping in different places. It was the kind of concretization of a lot of borders, kind of like culturally. It was the fall of the Roman Empire. There was kind of a lot going on. There was kind of a lot. It was all happening at the same time. There was also invaders from the east, invaders from the south. There was a lot of sickness. I don't know when the Black Death started, actually. The bubonic plague. I think the bubonic plague was kind of towards the end of what we would call the Dark Ages. But there was a lot. But St. Francis of Assisi is interesting because he is thought of as a historical figure in a lot of Catholic communities, but he's actually much less of a historical figure than other well-known Catholics from even before Francis of Assisi's time. There's people even like Saint John or Saint Benedict or what would be another one? I mean, any of the first evangelists, or emperors like Constantine. We have more concrete historical records of this figure than we have of Saint Francis of Assisi. Saint Francis of Assisi, his existence is almost definitely real, but Constantine was like definitely real, and Saint Francis was like probably real. But there's really not that much written about him, and he's a legendary figure. He's not a myth. In my opinion, he's not a myth. I do think that he was real, but the stories that were written about him were almost certainly kind of parables. He became a figure that people wrote parables about. So even though I do believe in the historical existence and the historical legitimacy of St. Francis, I also acknowledge that a lot of the stories told about St. Francis are just parables where St. Francis was kind of an insert for a devout wise man who was almost like a Jesus figure, because a lot of the parables of St. Francis of Assisi almost exactly mimic parables about Jesus in the Bible. He had 12 apostles, and I can't remember a lot of the other ones, but there's like some specific interactions between him and his apostles that are almost direct stories like from out of the Bible. There are stories about, well, one of the earliest collections of stories of St. Francis of Assisi is called The Flowers of St. Francis, because his followers were called his flowers, the flowers of St. Francis. And I have a English translation of that book, The Flowers of St. Francis. So that's what I want to pull out for our St. Francis of Assisi lore time. Alright, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get that book. Okay. The Little Flowers of St. Francis. It's interesting how his name changes in different languages. In English, it's St. Francis of Assisi. In Spanish, San Francisco de Assis. And his original Italian name was Franchesco de Assisi. Yes, Franchesco. Yes, Franchesco. The Little Flowers of St. Francis. I like the name Franchesco. And Francesca for girls. I think it's very pretty. I think the introduction here will actually give us some good information, historical information. I kind of always struggled to understand who he was, since I've always heard San Francisco de Assis. Ah, interesting. Alright, I'm actually going to read the preface because I am interested in the preface. This translation of the Acts of St. Francis and his Companions comprises all 76 chapters of the Latin text, edited and first published in 1902 by Paul Sabatier, a biographer of St. Francis. Some 53 chapters in modified form and translated into Italian, together with additional material, were incorporated into the better-known Little Flowers of St. Francis, which belonged to the latter 14th century. The old theory that these fioretti were a translation of a hypothetical floritum is now discredited. To the original fioretti of the 53 chapters was later added material from at least 5 different sources. All of this enhances the value and interest of the original Actus Sancti Francisi et Sociorum Eius, Latin. I don't know how to read Latin. And author of most, not all of the Actus was Brother Ugolino de Monte Santa Maria, writing some 100 years after the death of St. Francis. So that is a very long paragraph to say that this is like translations of curations of curations of texts that were written around or before 1226 or after 1226, after the death, writing some 100 years after the death of St. Francis of Assisi, which was sometime between 1182 and 1226. St. Francis was born in the little town of Assisi, the son of a prosperous merchant. History would have it that he was traveling on business in France when his son was born, and the mother named her newborn son John in honor of the well-loved disciple. But upon returning with rich profits, he renamed him Francis after the country which had been the scene of his recent success. Thus, from the start of legends and stories abound this remarkable man whose ministry still has a great impact. However, the first 24 years of his life were spent in luxury, as he indulged his taste for fun and splendor, winning the sobriquet of the flower of youth. When he reached 24, a war between the city-states of Assisi and Perugia, I don't know if that's how it's called, Perugia, fluffy fingers, thank you for your bits, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you, broke out. Francis was taken prisoner and languished in captivity for over a year. Once freed, he returned home but suffered from various illnesses for a period of years. He had ample time to think and began to long for a sense of purpose and meaning in his life. It was the great age of chivalry, and at first he dreamt of riding out to redress the wrong and crusade for the poor and weak. Gradually he began to devote himself to the poor and sick, being particularly touched by the abject poverty of the lepers, of whom there were many at the time. He embarked diligently on his newfound mission, and within a period of 2 years restored 3 churches and gained 12 disciples, the first being Bernard of Quintaval. Within 11 years, the brothers grew to more than 5,000, all having taken a vow of abject poverty. This total negation of the material world and its possessions differentiated the Franciscans from all other ecclesiastical bodies of the time. Francis also founded the Order of the Poor Ladies, known as the Poor Clares, in honor of their first abbess. I love the Poor Clares. They are great. Later still, the Third Order was established, open to both sexes, and meant for those wishing to live in the world rather than in the monastic communities. Third Order monastic orders exist for every order. That sounds like a ridiculous sentence. Let me say that in a better way. There's a couple different orders of the Catholic Church. All of them are Catholic. It's for people who join a monastic order, what they call it is the call within the call. There's basically just like different flavors, different vibes, different vows that you take, depending on like what order you go into, different lifestyles, different vocations. There's the Dominicans, who are like kind of the Ravenclaws. There's the Carmelites, who are the Hufflepuffs. There's the Franciscans, who are like a different kind of Hufflepuff. The Carmelites are like contemplative, so they kind of keep to themselves and like pray, and like they're very kind of infantilized, I guess, and not in like a creepy way, but they talk about living as the children of Christ. They're very secluded from the world, and like they're happy and stuff. Happy and gentle and praying all the time and joyful. And then the Franciscans are like the beggar order, the medicine order. So they're like the Franciscans are the supports, okay? They are helping out in every war on every side. They are giving everything they can away to people. They're like very into the whole charity thing. And so for all these different orders, the Benedictines are like the hard workers. Honestly, a lot of them are kind of Hufflepuffy. A lot of these orders are Hufflepuffy. The Jesuits are kind of another Ravenclawish order, super scientific. The Dominicans are a little bit more like theological and philosophical and apologetic, and the Jesuits are a little bit more like science-y and philosophical and apologetic. So like a slightly different vibe, but for all of these orders, there's like the kind where you take a vow and live in a monastery, and then there's the kind where you're what's called a third order, which means that you don't take a vow of poverty or chastity or anything like that. It's more like you just really vibe with them, but you're a lay person, and so sometimes you go to the monasteries and like help them cook dinner, or you help throw events for them, or maybe you help them with recruitment, but you're essentially a lay person. Were all those orders considered the same level of rank within the church? Yes, definitely. There's been periods of history where all of those orders are gosh, it's complicated, isn't it? The short answer is yes. All vocations are equally honored within the church. The long answer is that in certain specific subcultures and certain specific places, some not orders, but some types of orders were considered higher than others. So culturally, sometimes more monastic orders were elevated or admired than I can't think of the word, mendicant orders. And then it's also been the other way, depending on time and place. But like canonically within the church, yes, all of them are the same level, deserve the same level of honor, deserve the same level of respect. And actually, every vocation kind of has the same level of honor and respect canonically within the church. So, like, the different vocations are single life, married life, and like holy orders or like monastic life, kind of. So, holy orders is the priesthood. Which is different from being a monk or a nun, although sometimes monks become priests and then they're called friars. But nuns don't take holy orders, but they are still like monastics. So that's like one type of vocation. And then there's the single life, which is just a lay person who decides not to marry. And then there's the married life, which is the kind of Catholic who gets married and has kids. And within the church, those are considered like the three major vocations, and all of them are considered canonically by the church to be like of equal value and importance to God and God's mission and the church's mission, and yada 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 yada. Obviously, though, sometimes different places and specific cultures devalue one or the other, because that's just how culture works. It's just how culture works. Cleric, thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. But that was just cultural perception? Yeah, basically. Are family members higher value than strangers? feel like that's a personal question. Are you asking me as a personal are you asking me personally? I don't think the church has a teaching about it. I think that's like a personal thing. I don't know. Air fryers is a funny joke, though. I appreciate that, Ogden. The chief quality of St. Francis is the depth and tenderness of his kind heart. His spiritual fervor, fasting, visions, and utterances may seem somewhat removed to modern man. The lessons and truths they convey are, however, eternal. The objects of his exuberant love were not only God, angels, and men, but also animals, birds, insects, and even inanimate objects, which he often addressed as brothers and sisters. Surely his compassion for the poor, the sick, and the lowly, his total disinterest in material possessions, and his striving to worship and please God are even more relevant to us today than they were in medieval Italy. You're Roman Catholic, right? Yes. Yes. Chapter 1. Have a good leg day, Tony Morales. Have a good leg day. Have a good leg day. Have a good leg day. First, it must be borne in mind that our blessed Master, St. Francis, in everything he did was like Christ. Just as Christ, at the beginning of his ministry, chose 12 apostles who abandoned all things, so the blessed Francis had 12 picked companions who chose the most abject poverty. And just as one of the apostles hanged himself, so one of the companions mentioned, Brother John of Capella, hanged himself. And just as they were a source of wonder to the whole world and full of the Holy Spirit, so those most holy companions of the Holy Francis were men of such saintliness that the world has never seen their like since the time of the apostles. One of their number was caught up to the third heaven, to wit, Brother Giles, and one, Brother Philip Longus, was touched on the lips like Isaiah with a burning coal. One, Brother Sylvester, used to speak to God as friend with friend, so unsullied was his person. One would wing his way like an eagle to the light of God's wisdom, to wit, Brother Bernard, that most humble man who explained the scriptures most profoundly. Another was sanctified by God and canonized in heaven while still living in this world. This was Brother Rufino, as though made holy before birth, a man most faithful to Christ, a nobleman of Assisi. So all shone with a special privilege, as will appear in what follows. Of them, all the firstborn and foremost in point of time and outstanding sanctity was Brother Bernard of Assisi, who was converted thus. I love this language. Oh, God. I love it. Man. The way people wrote in the 1200s. I totally missed it. What book is this? This is The Little Flowers of St. Francis. This is a translation of a curation of texts written by a Brother Ugliano or something like that. In the 100 years after St. Francis's death. This is the only, what's it called? What's the history word for a first account document? Direct account document? The only direct account first saw document of St. Francis's life that we have. Primary source. Thank you, Nick Krellin. I can't think of any words tonight. This is the only primary source that we have about St. Francis's life, and even this primary source does have admittedly questionable legitimacy, but it's all we got. It sure is all we got. Rodman, thank you for your sub. Thank you. Thank you, Rodman. R, click, click. O, T, click. M, A, and click. 3, Was St. Francis a friar or just a monk? I think he would have been a friar. He would have been a friar. But this was also before, like, seminary schooling was formalized. So, like, St. Francis didn't become a priest through a seminary school. Nor did he become a hermit through monk school. He abandoned society and was a hermit by himself. And he called himself Catholic for a while. And then he started his order, and he called it Catholic, and it gained renown. And I would assume that he did receive holy orders from a bishop at some point. Probably the bishop of his parish, his jurisdiction, right? Once he gained sort of legitimacy with his little order that he had formed. But it certainly wasn't like the usual system. Because he was originally a rebel, He was a rebel who eventually gained legitimacy. While St. Francis was still in layman's clothing, although he had already renounced the worldly hopes of men, he would go about so unkept and careless of his person that by many he was considered mad. Seasoned though he was by God's salt and grounded in the peace of the Holy Spirit. I love that phrase. Seasoned by God's salt. Honestly, that sounds like a good thing to like gamers who are like righteously salty. You know what I mean? Like whenever they actually are fucked over by like the RNG, they are seasoned by God's salt. Anyway, and grounded in the peace of the Holy Spirit. And he went about Assisi. He was persecuted physically and pelted with both mud and stones by his own townsmen and hosts of strangers. Yet with the utmost patience and a happy face he went through it all as if he were deaf and dumb. But Master Bernard of Assisi, one of the noblest, richest, and wisest men in the city, whose advice all respected, began wisely to think about such profound contempt for the world as he saw in St. Francis, such constancy under persecution, and such long suffering and endurance. Though for 2 years he had been so hated and despised by men, he seemed ever more steadfast. Then said Master Bernard in his heart, "It cannot be but that this Francis has great grace from God." Click. Inspired by God, he invited St. Francis to sup with him one night. St. Francis humbly accepted the invitation. Master Bernard had it in mind to look closely into the holiness of St. Francis, and so invited him to sleep that night in his home. When St. Francis humbly accepted, he had a bed made up for him in his own room, in which a lamp was always burning at night. St. Francis, as soon as he entered the room, in order to conceal the divine grace that he had, immediately threw himself on the bed as though he wished to sleep. But Master Bernard had in mind to watch him secretly at night. That is why he used this subterfuge. Shortly after settling in bed, he pretended to fall into a deep sleep and snore prodigiously. But St. Francis, faithful guardian of the secrets of God, when he judged that Master Bernard was fast asleep in the deep stillness of the night, rose from his bed with face turned to heaven and hands and eyes lifted to God in complete surrender, and with the warmest devotion he prayed, saying, "My God, my all." These words he groaned out to God with copious tears, again and again with solemn devotion, until dawn. "My God, my all." No more. So said St. Francis, worshipping God's majesty, which seemed to stoop to the imperiled world and provide a remedy for the salvation of the poor through his own Son. Enlightened by the spirit of prophecy, and foreseeing the mighty deeds God was about to do through his own order, and considering in the same spirit's teaching his own insufficiency and poverty of virtue, He was calling on God to do himself what he was unable to do. Without much aid, man's frailty is powerless. Hence his words, my God, my all. Francis seemed like a cool lad, poet, a pacifist to animals, grew up poor and simplistic. No wonder people envied him. Well, he grew up in luxury, but he chose to be poor. But yes. But Master Bernard, the lamp being still alight, saw everything. Careful, and with urgent attention, he weighed the words quoted. In his heart of hearts, he was deeply moved by the Holy Spirit, and as soon as morning came, he called St. Francis and said to him, Brother Francis, I am fully determined to abandon this world and to follow you wherever you command. Master Bernard, St. Francis heard and rejoiced in spirit. He said, Master Bernard, this is a task so difficult that the guidance of our Lord Jesus Christ must be sought, so that he himself may be pleased to make known his goodwill to us, and how we must bring this to pass. Let us therefore go to the bishop's house, where there is a good priest. We shall ask for Mass to be said, and when we have heard it, we shall pray until the 3rd hour. In our prayer we shall seek out the Lord Jesus, graciously to show us, in 3 openings of the Missal, what it is his good pleasure for us to do. Master Bernard said, Be it as you say. So they went to the bishop's house, and when Mass had been heard and prayer continued to the 3rd hour, the priest took up the Missal as St. Francis and Master Bernard had requested. Protecting himself with the sign of the cross, he opened the Gospel in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. At the first opening he encountered, If you wish to be perfect, go and sell all that you have and give it to the poor. At the second open he encountered, Let him who would come after me deny himself and take up his cross. The 3rd time he encountered, Take nothing for your journey. When these words had been read, St. Francis said to Master Bernard, See the guidance we have of the Lord. Go and do exactly as you have heard, and blessed be our Lord Jesus Christ, who has deigned to show us the way of the gospel. Immediately, Master Bernard sold off all his possessions, which were of very great value, and distributed all to the poor, carrying a wallet full of money, which he distributed among widows, orphans, pilgrims, and the servants of God, richly and generously, with St. Francis joining in and faithfully helping the whole proceeding. But Master Sylvester, when he saw this dispersal of property prompted by greed, said to St. Francis, You have not fully paid my account for some stone for church repairs. St. Francis, amazed at his greed and not wishing to argue with him as a true observer of the gospel who gives all to who asks, put his hand into St. Bernard's purse and put a handful of money into Sylvester's purse with the words, If you ask for more, I will give it. Contented, he departed and returned home. But in the evening, when he recalled what he had done that day, he reproached himself for his greed and pondered on the fervor of Master Bernard and the holiness of St. Francis. That night, and again the night afterward, and the night after that, he had a vision of a golden cross proceeding from the mouth of Francis. Its top touched the sky, and its arms seemed to reach the limits of the world. Thus, touched by God, he realized all his assets and gave everything to the poor. Later, becoming a friar minor, he showed such holiness and grace that he spoke to God as friend with friend, an experience with St. Francis had, as will be demonstrated. Master Bernard, with all his goods disposed of for God, now leading a life of evangelical poverty, earned such grace from God that he was often caught up to the Lord. St. Francis pronounced him worthy of all reverence, and would declare that it was he who had founded the order, and that it was he who first showed true evangelical poverty by distributing all he had to the poor, keeping absolutely nothing for himself, offering himself stripped of all to the arms of the crucified, who is blessed forever and ever. Amen. I'm confused. If Bernard was asleep, how does the writer know that Francis was praying? Because these are stories. Well, first of all, Bernard was fake asleep, and St. Francis thought Bernard was asleep, so that's why St. Francis was praying, because you don't pray as obviously in public in Catholic culture because it would be seen as like putting on airs or like being fake. So like being super worshipy in private is like an even higher level of devotion. So Saint Bernard fake slept and saw Saint Francis go into like this all-nighter praying session, and then was like super impressed by him and told St. Francis in the morning like, oh my god, me too, I want to do that. Yeah. What's with the villain voice? Well, obviously he was supposed to be a villain until he turned good. Do you know why they named the huge dog after him? Clifford? I didn't see a character named Clifford. I don't know what dog you're... Oh, St. Bernard. Oh, I don't know. I don't know why they named St. Bernard St. Bernard. You ever heard of Guthrie, Kentucky? Oh, if you're ever near Guthrie, Kentucky, you can visit the Basilica of San Franchesco de Assisi, which houses a major shrine dedicated to him. Ooh, that's cool. Yes, I would love to. I think I have driven through Kentucky, but I didn't stay there. Yeah, no, I've definitely been in Kentucky, but I didn't stay there. How much deeper the book goes? Oh, that was just chapter 1. We're only this far in. The first couple chapters, from what I remember, is kind of like the chapters of acquisition of all of the 12. The same thing happens in the Bible, right? Like the beginning of the gospel, there's like the Jesus being born, Jesus being a kid part, but then whenever Jesus begins his ministry, it's like, you know, he meets the fishermen, they're like all meeting each other, a little meet and greet, and then they gather up the apostles. And it happens in Sailor Moon as well, which, as we all know, is based off of the life of Jesus Christ, where like the first couple episodes, basically the very first season, like, I don't know how many episodes, the first chunk of the first season of Sailor Moon is like, every single episode is a little bit of a, like an introduction and a origin story for one of the new Sailor Scouts. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's a way that stories are told. We planning to finish the other chapters? We certainly can. You're dressed like you're ready for prom. I had my hair in braids earlier, so it is shaky, but I am not dressed for prom. I am not dressed for prom, but I'm glad that it looks like it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. I love the part when Jesus is visited by his future child and he has to learn how to somehow live together with him. Yeah, no, that happens. That's like the part of Christianity that we're not privy to. After Jesus dies, he is seated at the right hand of the Father. From there he shall come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. Whenever he's just like seated at the right hand of the Father, that's like when God has to like learn how to deal with Jesus in heaven. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that chapter yet, but I'm sure it's something crazy. Jesus was actually way more anime than people thought. It's true. It's true. us continue with the story of Saint Francis of Assisi. That most devoted servant of Christ, Francis, because of the severity of his penance and continual weeping, became almost blind so that he could scarcely see. So once he left his dwelling place and went to visit Brother Bernard. Bernard was in a wood, totally lost in divine contemplation and united with God. St. Francis reached the wood and called Brother Bernard, saying, "Come and talk with this blind man." But Brother Bernard, since he was a man of deep contemplation, and at the moment was joined in spirit with God, did not reply to St. Francis, nor go to him. Brother Bernard, in speaking with God, had extraordinary grace, as Francis had often experienced. That, in fact, is why he wanted to talk to him. So after a short space of time, he called a second and a third time, repeating the same words, "Come and talk with this blind man." Neither time did Brother Bernard hear him, so that he neither came nor spoke to St. Francis. So St. Francis withdrew, somewhat put out, and grieved in spirit that Brother Bernard, though called 3 times by him, had been unwilling to come. St. Francis, thinking such thoughts as he went away, said to his companions, "Wait for me a little while." And while he was giving himself to prayer in a quiet place alone, God made answer to him thus, "Shk. Why would you be put out, poor miserable little man? Should a man leave God for any human being? Brother Bernard, when you were calling him, was in full communion with me, and so was not able to come to you or make reply. So do not wonder that he was not able to come to you or reply to you. He was in such ecstasy that he simply did not hear what you said." Understanding this, St. Francis immediately went in haste back to Brother Bernard, humbly to blame himself for his earlier thoughts. But Brother Bernard, that true saint, hurried to meet St. Francis and fell at his feet. And the humility of St. Francis and the love and reverence of Brother Bernard met each with each. Telling of the rebuke he had received from God, St. Francis bade Brother Bernard to do in obedience whatever he directed, fearing St. Francis might impose on him too heavy a demand, as he often did. Wishing to leave a way to refuse, he said sincerely, "I am prepared, Father, to obey you provided you obey me, and also what I shall direct." "I agree," said St. Francis, and Brother Bernard, "You may say, Father, what you wish me to do." St. Francis said, "In the name of holy obedience, I bid you punish the presumptuousness and the boldness of my heart as I lie on the ground, place 1 foot on my throat and 1 on my mouth, and tread back and forth 3 times, saying, 'Lie there, boorish son of Pietro Bernardone,' and other great maledictions shall you heap on me, saying, 'Whence this arrogance of yours, vilest creature?'" Brother Bernard found it hard to do what he had heard. However, for obedience's sake, he did as he was said. Bidden with the utmost care. This done, St. Francis said, "Now, Brother Bernard, your orders, since I promised you obedience." Brother Bernard replied, "I bid you in the name of your obedience, whenever we are together, that you correct and rebuke me more sharply for all my faults." St. Francis was amazed at this, because Brother Bernard was of such holiness that St. Francis held him in the utmost reverence. That is why from then on St. Francis was careful not to spend too long with him, lest, because of his obedience, he should be required perhaps to utter rebuke against one he knew to be so godly a soul. And when he wanted to see Brother Bernard or to speak to him of God, he would leave him abruptly and hastily. It was a wonder to see how they vied each other with the other, and one with the Father, the other with his firstborn Son, as love and obedience, patience and humility of each other faced the other. Praise and glory to God. What a relationship these two had. What a relationship. this is where the Catholic self-flagellation came from. I mean, I think it existed before then, but this was definitely when that was in. This was definitely when that was in, okay? Real bros, exactly, 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 exactly. Alright, now we're going to do chapter 3. Chapter 3. There's a weird theatricality to his form of penance that is like, wow, you really thought about this one, huh? Yeah. I just want to read that penance again. In the name of holy obedience, I bid you punish the presumptuousness and boldness of my heart, as I lie on the ground, place one foot on my throat and one on my mouth, and tread back and forth 3 times, saying, Lie there, boorish son of Pietro Bernardone, and other great maledictions shall you heap on me, saying, Whence this arrogance of yours, vilest creature? Man, that's rough. That's rough. That's rough. Really paints the picture. Absolutely. Alright, chapter 3. In the early days of the order, when there were few brothers and no friaries, St. Francis went on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. James, taking with him a few companions, one of whom was Brother Bernard. When they were traveling together, they found in a certain country a man who was ill. Pitying him, St. Francis went to Brother Bernard. I want you, son, to stay and look after this sick man. Immediately, on bended knees and bowed head, he gave reverent obedience to the Holy Father. St. Francis, leaving Brother Bernard with the sick man, went to St. James' shrine with the other companions. While they stood in worship there, it was revealed to St. Francis that he should found friaries throughout the world, so that his order should expand into a great host. That is why, from then on, by God's command, he began to establish friaries everywhere. On the way back, by the same road, he found Brother Bernard and the sick man entrusted to his care in perfect health. So the following year, St. Francis allowed Brother Bernard to make a pilgrimage alone to St. James's shrine. Meanwhile, St. Francis returned to the valley of Spoleto, where he, Brother Maceo, and Brother Elias, and certain others dwelt in a remote place. Once St. Francis went into a wood to pray. His companions, who held him in great reverence, all feared to interrupt his prayers because of the great revelations God made to him at such times. It came about that a very handsome young man, dressed as if for traveling, came to the door, and knocked impatiently and long, an unusual occurrence. Knock, 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 knock. Going to the door, Brother Maceo said to the young man, Son, I do not think you've ever been to a friary door before, because you do not know how to knock gently. The young man asked, How should it be done? Brother Maceo said, Knock 3 times at short intervals, one knock after the other. Then wait until someone can say a paternoster and come to you. If he does not come in time, knock again. Paternoster is the Our Father. The young man answered, But I am in a great hurry. That is why I knock as I do, for I have a long way to go. I have come here to speak with Brother Francis, but he at the moment is meditating in the wood, and I do not wish to disturb him. But go and send Brother Elias to me. I have heard he is very wise, and I have a question for him. Brother Maceo told Brother Elias to go to him, but he was annoyed, and in proud anger would not go. Brother Maceo did not know what to do, for he would be lying if he said Brother Elias would not come, but if he said he was angry, for he would be lying if he said Brother Elias could not come, but if he said he was angry and would not come, he was afraid he might set a bad example. Ah, the Catholic conundrum. And because meanwhile he delayed his returning, the young man knocked in the same fashion as before. Knock, 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 Then Brother Maceo came to the door and said to the young man, "You did not knock as I told you to." But the young man was an angel of God, and, anticipating Brother Maceo's answer, said, "Brother Elias does not wish to come to me, but do you go to Brother Francis, and you will say that I have come to speak to him, but because I do not wish to disturb him, you are to tell him to send Brother Elias." So Brother Maceo went to St. Francis as he was praying in the wood, with his face lifted heavenward, and reported exactly what the young man had bidden, and Brother Elias's reply. St. Francis, without moving from where he stood or lowering his face from heaven, said, "Go and tell Brother Elias to go to him under the terms of his obedience." Brother Elias came to the door in a bad temper, opened it violently with a great noise, and asked, "What do you want?" But the young man said, "Beware, dear, dear friend, for you seem to be in a bad temper, and anger hampers the soul and prevents it from seeing the truth." Then Brother Elias said, "Say what you want." "I ask you," he said, "whether the followers of the Holy Gospel are permitted, as Christ said, to eat what is set before them, and whether anyone is allowed to impose on them things contrary to evangelical liberty." Brother Elias replied haughtily, "I know these things well enough. I will not answer you. Go about your business." The young man said, "I could answer the question better than you." This angel of God is literally rage baiting Brother Elias right now. It's so hard. Hello, Ultraman. Welcome in. Welcome in. Brother Elias slammed the door and went away. Later he began to think about the question and to have doubts about it, for since he was a vicar of the order, he had presumed, exceeding the gospel and the rule, to command, and to draw up a direction that no brother in the order should eat any kind of meat, so that the question was definitely aimed at him. So when he was unable to clarify his thoughts, he thought over that young man's modesty, and because he had said that he was better able to unravel the question than he was in himself, he returned to the door and opened it, that he might ask to have the young man's solution from himself. But when he opened the door, there was no one to be seen. Nor could he be found after a general search. In fact, the young man was an angel of God, who departed because of him and because he was not welcome, for a haughty mind is not worthy of conversing with an angel. At this, St. Francis, to whom everything had been revealed, returned from the wood, and sharply and loudly rebuked Brother Elias. "Brother Elias," he said, "you do wrong, and arrogantly too, who turn away holy angels who come to visit and to teach us. I tell you that I very much fear this haughtiness of yours will put you out of the order." And so later on it fell out, as St. Francis, in the spirit of the prophecy, foretold. But on the same day and hour as the angel left Brother Elias, he appeared in the same guise to Brother Bernard as he was returning from St. James's shrine, and stood on the bank of a great river in which he could not cross. Greeting Brother Bernard in his own language, he said, "God grant you peace, good brother." Brother Bernard, noticing how handsome he was, the familiar language, peaceful salutation, and joyous countenance, asked him, "Where do you come from, good young man?" "I come from a place where St. Francis lives," he replied. "I came to talk to him, but he was not able, for he was in the wood pondering on the things of God, and so staying with him there were the Brother Maceo, Giles, and Elias. Brother Maceo taught me how to knock at your door. Brother Elias, because he was too contemptuous to listen to the question I had for him, was not able to do so later when he thought better of it." Saying this, the angel said to Brother Bernard, "Why, dearest man, do you hesitate to cross the river?" He replied, "Because I fear danger from the depth of the waters before my eyes." The angel said, "Let us go over together. Do not hesitate." And taking his hand in the twinkling of an eye, he placed Brother Bernard on the other side. Thus discerning that he was an angel of the Lord, Bernard said with great devotion, reverence, and joy, "Blessed angel of God, tell me, what is your name?" He replied, "Why do you inquire my name, which is marvelous?" So saying, he vanished, and left Brother Bernard deeply comforted, so that he walked the rest of his journey with joy. Bernard himself noted the day and the hour of the angel's appearance to him, and when he came to the place where St. Francis and his companions already mentioned where they were staying, he told the whole story in detail, so they quite confidently concluded that it was the same angel who had appeared to them and to him on the same day. The end of chapter 3. Imagine being named Marvelous. No. The name isn't marvelous. The name is the adjective marvelous. So the angel doesn't give him his name. The angel is like, why would you ask my name, which is marvelous? Which is a weird sentence. It's not the way that we would say that sentence in today's world. It's the way we would say that today is like, why would you inquire about my marvelous name? I'm gonna reply like that when someone asks my name. It's a pretty good response. Honestly, so many people ask about my name, even though it's in my panels. I should say that. Why would you ask my name, which is marvelous? Which is marvelous. I love the details of the interactions between everyone in the book. It's relatable. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel like haughty writing. It doesn't feel, it feels like folk tales, right? Because it is. These are like folk legends about the Italian folk character of St. Francis of Assisi, because before he was a Catholic saint, he was an Italian legendary figure, he was a folk figure, because Catholicism was the religion of the place. Catholicism wasn't like this foreign fancy religion. Yes, casual and common, exactly. Alright, chapter 4. How Brother Bernard went to Bologna. Dang, we really staying on this whole Brother Bernard kick. Since our blessed Father Francis, along with his companions, had been called by God to bear the cross as much as to preach it, he and the pioneers of his order seemed, as indeed they were, men truly crucified. Being the crucified in dress, food, and in all their doings, desiring rather the reproach of Christ than the empty things of the world and its treacherous blandishments, they rejoiced in sufferings and held honor in contempt. They went through the world like pilgrims and strangers, carrying nothing with them but Christ, for whose sake wherever they went, because they were the living branches of the true vine, they bore choice fruit for Christ, the souls of men. Thus it happened that in the early days of the order, St. Francis sent Brother Bernard to Bologna, that there he might produce fruit for God, according to the grace given to him. Brother Bernard, strengthening himself with the cross of Christ, and with virtue linked to obedience, came to Bologna. Some children saw him in his unusual and miserable dress, and began to heap insults on him. Brother Bernard, true saint that he was, not only bore them patiently, but even suffered them with deepest joy, because he was a true disciple of Christ, who became the scorn of the crowd and shame of men. For the love of Christ, he deliberately placed himself in the marketplace of the city. For the love of Christ here is used sincerely. It's not like, for the love of Christ. It's like, for the love of Christ, which is funny. For the love of Christ, he deliberately placed himself in the marketplace of the city. Back when those words meant something. For the love of Christ, he deliberately placed himself in the marketplace of the city, where he could be the greatest object of the people's ridicule. One tugged at his hood from behind, another from the front, one threw dust, another stones. They pushed him this way and that. Bernard endured all of this violence joyfully and patiently, without resistance in word or deed. What is more, in order to endure such persecution day after day, he would deliberately return to the same place. Whatever violence was heaped on him by them, he remained calm in spirit, with joyous face. Because patience is a work and demonstration of perfection, a wise judge, watching and thinking of such virtuous constancy undisturbed for so many days, said to himself, "It's quite obvious that this is a holy man." So, coming up to Brother Bernard, he asked, "Who are you, and why did you come here?" Brother Bernard put his hand into the fold of his robe and produced the Gospel Rule of St. Francis, which he carried in his heart, and demonstrated by what he did. The judge, when he had read through the sublime statement of the rule, was utterly amazed, for he was an intelligent man. The rule is a capital R. The rule, and the rule, every order has a different rule. There's the rule of St. Benedict, the rule of St. Francis, and it basically contains like the vows and the regulations of living for the order. So like, you can't wear shoes, you have to live in poverty, you have to blah 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 blah, you have to, it says like all the prayers that you have to do at what times, kind of social obligations, all that. That's the rule, which he's saying that Brother Bernard wore in like his heart pocket. Turning to his friends, he said in a deep amazement, "This is the loftiest statement I have ever seen. This man and his colleagues are the holiest men on earth. They commit great sin who misuse them, and this man is to be treated not with violence but the highest honors, for he is indeed a friend of the All-Highest." To Bernard he said, "Dearest man, if I have showed you a suitable place where you could serve God fitly and are willing to receive it, I would most gladly give it to you for the salvation of my soul." Brother Bernard answered, "Dearest master, I believe that the Lord inspired you to do this." Then the judge took Brother Bernard home with joy and great love, and showed him the house he had promised, and set it up at his own expense, perfectly and devoutly. He became the champion and chief patron of Brother Bernard and his associates. Brother Bernard, on account of his holy way of life, began to be honored of men to the point that they counted themselves happy to touch, hear, or see him. Brother Bernard, indeed, truly humble disciple of Christ that he was, fearing that the honor shown him would hinder his peace and salvation, departed, returned to St. Francis, and said, "A place is secured in Bologna where you sent me, Father, to send a brethren to live there, because I can do no further good there. Indeed, because of the great honor which is shown to me, I fear to lose more than I gain." So the blessed Francis, hearing the full story of what the Lord had done through Brother Bernard, rejoicing and exulting in spirit, began to praise the Most High, who had thus begun to spread abroad the poor little disciples of the cross for the salvation of the people. So he chose members of the order to send to Lombardy, and as the devotion of the faithful grew, they established friaries everywhere. To God's praise. Ah, JK. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for being alive. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. From what you're reading, if they went to Bologna, it seems they're going up North Italy. I wonder why. Northern Italy has been historically considered the rich part of Italy, while the south has been the poor one. I would have guessed they would go towards the poor side if their mission was to help the poor. Interesting. I don't know. It might have just been where they were. I don't know where Assisi is. It might have also been to be an example of poverty in a place where poverty was not the norm, if that makes sense. Or to show an example of godly poverty to people who were kind of those that like hypocritical Catholic decadent people. Assisi is Perugia, the middle part. Gotcha. Poverty exists everywhere. It's true, but if the northern part of Italy was more like wealthy, then I would imagine that poverty was more highly stigmatized than it was in the south. Generally, the more there is of something, the less stigmatized it is, right? So if in the south poverty was slightly less stigmatized than it was in the north, there could be an argument that they were trying to go to the north specifically to destigmatize kind of poverty and deliberate sacrificial poverty. Exactly, Green Ninja, to convert some of the rich to help the poor with their donations. Yeah. Could very well be that. Are you talking about Italy? Yes. We're talking about Italy in the 1200s. I did see that comment, Ultraman. I did. Why oh why is Anne so shy? Alright. Chapter 5. The title is a spoiler, so I'm not going to tell y'all the title of chapter 5, okay? I'm just going to read it. Of such holiness was Brother Bernard that St. Francis in his lifetime held him in deepest reverence, and often spoke in highest praise of him. It happened one day when St. Francis was in deep and earnest prayer that God revealed to him he was about to allow Brother Bernard to suffer many sharp assaults of the devil. And St. Francis thought with compassion of a brother so beloved, and for many days with tears commended Brother Bernard to the Lord Jesus Christ, asking that he would deign to give him victory over so many treacherous attacks. While St. Francis was praying anxiously and earnestly thus, God's answer was made clear to him. Brother, do not be afraid, because all temptations to which Brother Bernard will be exposed are sent as a test of virtue and for the winning of a crown, and in the end he will joyfully carry the palm of victory over all those who assail him. Brother Bernard is one of those who shall be of the household of God. St. Francis rejoiced at this reply, giving heartfelt thanks to Jesus Christ. From that moment he had neither doubt nor fear anymore. Risa, welcome in. Welcome raiders. Hello, Risa. Very nice to see you all. We are having a St. Francis of Assisi night. We are reading some of the old legends of St. Francis, who was a legendary Italian Catholic figure from the 1200s. A lot of his stories are very parable-y. Hello, Risa and Azazel. Thank you for your prime. Thank you. E_L_TR. Thank you. Alright, I shall continue now. From that moment, he had neither doubt nor fear anymore. To catch y'all up, basically, St. Francis and Brother Bernard are like BFFs. They both highly admire one another. And St. Francis was just praying and had like a message from God that Brother Bernard was about to suffer a whole bunch of like demonic attacks. And St. Francis was like, oh my God, please help Brother Bernard. If you're going to send all these, or if you're going to allow all of these demonic attacks to happen to him, oh my God, please help him. Is he going to be okay? And then God was like, it's okay. Brother Bernard is going to conquer the demons in the end. It will be a test of his virtue, and he will be in my kingdom by the end of it all. And now St. Francis is like, thank you, God. Thank you for assuring me because I was really scared for my bro. Okay. From that moment, he had neither doubt nor fear any more, and held Brother Bernard in ever deeper affection and regard, not only in life but at his death, as he showed. So, when St. Francis was on the point of death, like the patriarch Jacob, his sons standing around devoutly weeping at the departure of a father to his beloved, St. Francis said, "Where is my firstborn? Come, my son, that my soul may bless you before I die." Then Brother Bernard said quietly to Brother Elias, who was then the vicar of the order, "Father, go to the old man's right hand that he may bless you." But when Brother Elias placed himself at his right hand, St. Francis, who was unable to see through much weeping, had placed his hand on his head, said, "This is not the hand of my firstborn, Brother Bernard." Then Brother Bernard came to his left hand, but St. Francis crossed his arms, and changing over hands, placed his left hand on the head of Brother Elias, and his right on the Brother Bernard, saying to the latter, "The Father of my Lord Jesus Christ bless you with every spiritual blessing in the heavenly places in Christ. Just as you were first chosen in this order to give an evangelical example and to imitate Christ in evangelical poverty, and in generosity gave to the poor all you had for the love of Christ, but even offered up your person as a sweet-smelling sacrifice to God, so may you be blessed by the Lord Jesus Christ and by me, his poor little servant, with eternal blessings at your going out and coming in, waking and sleeping, living and dying. Let whoever blesses you be filled with blessings, and whoever speaks ill of you shall not go unscathed. Be the master of your brethren, and let them be subject to your authority. Whoever you wish to be received into this order, let him be received, and let whoever you wish to be expelled, let it so be. And let no brother hold authority over you, and may you be free to go and stay as you will." That's an intense blessing right there. That's an intense blessing right there. Is that a Tascam? This is a Zoom H4n Pro. Zoom H4n Pro. Zoom. When that blessed friar drew near to death, whom the brethren, after St. Francis's passing, revered with love like to a father, many came to him from different places. Among them was the holy leader, the holy Brother Giles. Beholding Brother Bernard, he said to him with great joy, "Lift up your heart, Brother Bernard, lift up your heart." Brother Bernard told one of the brethren quietly to prepare a place suitable for contemplation, where Brother Giles could think about heavenly things. When Brother Bernard reached the final hour of his departure, he had them sit up, and to the brethren standing round he said, "Oh, dearest brethren, I do not wish to say much to you, but you should bear in mind that my condition will be yours some day, just as you hold the same vocation. I found in my soul that I would not have renounced the service of Christ for 1,000 worlds like this. For every sin I have committed, I accuse myself before my Savior Jesus Christ and you. I beg you, dearest brethren, love one another." After these words and other profitable exhortations, he lay back on his bed, and his face shone with a great joy, astonishing to all about him. And in that happiness, that joyous soul, with the victory before promised him, passed to the joys of his beloved, to the praise of God. And that is the death of Brother Bernard. Feeble, blind, sleepy voice. Yes, it is true, it is true. Now, I believe this book is not really in chronological order because there's obviously still many stories after this that include Tales of St. Francis. But I don't know if there's going to be more that include the Tales of St. Bernard. Who knows? I think that is enough of the Little Flowers of St. Francis, at least for tonight, though. Is it break time? I suppose it's as good a time as any. I will be back in 5 minutes. It does feel like a good stopping point. I will be back in 5 minutes for 2 more hours of tingles, 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 tingly, 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 tingles. Okay, be back soon. realm is a bag. A little bag. I don't actually remember. I think maybe a pair of headphones came in it originally or something. But I think it makes some nice sounds. Click, clack, click, clack. Hello, Mr. Wellness Spot. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, my cat. Martin. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your sub. Shk, 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 D, Y, M, shk, 9, 8, 7, shk. Thank you, Martin. How far have you made it in the Rock and Stone Mines? I haven't played Deep Rock Galactic since the weekend, basically. I really only played it for one day. I would like to get back into it, but I just haven't had time. This week I've been kind of busy with Hearthstone Battlegrounds because the season reset. The season reset, y'all. The Hearthstone Battlegrounds season reset. So I had to restart everything. MMR update. I think I've actually only played 3 games in the newest season. Cause I think the season reset yesterday, but I think right now my MMR is like 700 or 800. I started the Way of Kings. Oh my gosh, started Monday afternoon and I'm about a third of the way through. Oh gosh, Martin, I am excited for you. The Way of Kings gets my heart beating just thinking about it. Oh my god, what a good book. What a good book. What a good book. What an excellent book. Hello, Miss Sleepy. I'm here to talk about your car's extended warranty. Girl, I actually have to deal with car stuff. Not an extended warranty, but I have to deal with car stuff. Have you kept the mold at bay? Yes. The mold is not an issue right now. I arrive here randomly and you talk about Battlegrounds and I'm playing right now. Oh my gosh. Battlegrounds. It's my favorite video game. I think Battlegrounds has legitimately been my favorite video game for like over a year now. I love it. I love Hearthstone Battlegrounds. One of my favorite video games of all time. I've played it for long enough now to say that. I love Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Have the cards changed with the new season? Yes, there's been many card changes, and everything is different. They have like trinkets now, which are like a whole thing. There's the buddy thing isn't a thing anymore. Which type are you trying? I know that I've tried. What was my first game? I know I've tried mechs and undead. I don't remember what my other game was. Quillbore? It might have been Quillbore. I think I've done Quillbore, mechs, and undead so far. Yeah, the trinket system. So for Battlegrounds, whenever I started playing Battlegrounds, there was just like your hero power, and the cards. And then they added quests. And then they took away quests and added buddies. And then they took away buddies, and now they have trinkets. So trinkets are like a thing that pop up. I can't remember what turn. I think it's turn 3 and turn 6, maybe? I can't remember. Where it's like, at certain intervals in the game, you unlock a effect that lasts for the rest of the game. And you have like 4 different choices for what you want that effect to be. And it'll be something like, from now on, everything in the tavern has +4/+4, or from now on, from now on, at the beginning of every turn, you get a Quillbore, or 6 and 9. Yeah, thank you, Showbras. How strong are those trinkets looking? Like they determine the way you play the rest of the game? Yes, you build around those trinkets, for sure. They're super important, more important than hero powers in general, I would say. I like your name, very tingly. Ole, tula, 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 lele, tula, tula, lele, tula, tula, lele. Because sometimes I start the game wanting to go and try a specific type, but the trinket may force you to go in the opposite direction. The trinkets empower the direction that you're already going. Hi, girl, you can jump on my lap if you want. Or I can pick you up into my lap if you want. Ugh. The trinkets don't stop you from going in the direction that you're going. At least they haven't for me. Because you have choices for the trinkets. You don't just get stuck with it. You have a choice of 4 different things. And almost definitely at least one of them is going to be helpful to the plan you already have. Yeah. Let's get some of those cat purrs. Cat purrs, cat purrs, cat purrs. Hello. How has your day been? How has your day been, my precious cat? How has your day been, my precious cat? Mi precious gata, 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 gata. Aw, Gisli, that's so sad. Your cat's been missing you. I am not surprised. I am not surprised. got a loud purr, cat. You've got a loud purr. Has anyone ever told you that? Has anyone ever told you that you purr really loudly? I'm okay with it, but I figure you should know. Thank you for your sub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, sorry. J, click, O, shk, bisk, R, E, C, 2, shk, 7. Thank you. What are you doing, girl? You're being weird. I can't tell what position you want to be in. She's like this on my chest. She's praying, yes. She actually looks a lot like that emote for honestly, looking down at her, just like. She's in contemplation, yes. She is in deep contemplation. Sketchy, 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 sketch. Sketchy, 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 sketch. I'm glad you've been enjoying this stream. Yeah. I can already feel fur like floating into my ear. Ow. Scratching my chest. Sleepy now in a fur zone. Yes, I am. I am indeed. I am indeed. High risk zone. Girl, you're scratching my chest. I don't want your paws on my chest like this. They hurt me. They hurt me. Yes, that is better. Be in a ball. Be in a ball on my lap. Ouch. She doesn't often use her claws to climb me, but she will like put her paws on on my chest and kind of make some biscuits, you know? She will make some biscuits. Hello, Lemon. How are you today? I'm doing great. How are you today, Lemon? Lemon? I can't remember how to say Vigate. How do you say lemon in German? Im Deutsch, lemon. I have cat fur on me. Cat fur. Citron, that makes sense. Fabric sounds while I get the cat fur off of me. Limon schnitzel. Yes, I'm sure that's what it is. Click, click, click. Zitrone, 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 Zitrone. This is fun to say. Sounds pretty close to the Icelandic word, which is si. I don't know how people say their S's in Icelandic. Si, citrona, citrona, citrona. I think that's probably too high. That note like vibrates against the box. I found the box's resonant frequency. There might be more than one. There might be more than one resonant frequency. Sounds like the police. If you had to be a tornado sound like siren, what would you sound like? A tornado siren? Walla 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 walla. Walla 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 walla. Labada. Grip, 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 grip. Gripple and grapple, gripple and grapple, gripple and grapple. Focus, focus, focus. Don't tell me not to live, just sit and putter. Life's candy and the sun's a ball of butter. Don't bring around a cloud to rain on my parade. Tell me not to run, don't tell me not to fly, it's me and not you. And don't bring around a cloud to rain on my parade. I don't know why that song is in my head. I think I was just thinking about tornadoes. Tornadoes. In the eye of the hurricane, there is silence. For just a moment. Yellow sky. How does that song go? In the eye of the hurricane, there is silence. For just a moment. Yellow sky. When I was 6, a hurricane destroyed my town. I didn't drown. I couldn't seem to die. I rode my way out, rode everything down far as the eye could see. I rode my way out. History has its eyes on me. Something about my mom died. Something. We were both sick. I was 10 and she was holding me. I was 10 and she was holding me. I'm having a harder time finding the pitch here than Lin-Manuel Miranda himself. I couldn't seem to die. I rode my way out, rode everything down far as the eye could see. I rode my way out. History has its eyes on me. Gentle fox, ASMR, welcome in raiders, welcome in raiders, welcome in, so glad to have you here, so very glad to have you, so very glad to have you. So, I have started. I have a hair in my mouth. Crazy fur. Crazy fur. I see you. I have started messing with the Jacob's ladder at the gym, which is crazy. Crazy machine. I'm not good at it yet, y'all. It's hard as hell. It's so hard. But it's fun and I like it. There's something really fun about the Jacob's ladder. I don't like most cardio stuff, but I like Jacob's ladder because I feel like I'm climbing a mountain and it's fun. It's so engaging I don't feel like I'm doing something dumb. I don't know why all of the other cardio things just feel like I'm doing something dumb. But Jacob's ladder is so fun. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. And the other day I was like determined to go for longer than I ever had before because I had only ever used it as like a really quick warm-up. I hadn't actually challenged myself yet. I've only used it for like 3 days, so like I'm legitimately like not trained and not good on it yet. But the last time I went, I was like, I'm gonna have a real time with this machine. I'm gonna have a real time with it. I was determined to do 10 minutes, okay? Which sounds like it's short, but it's hard. It's freaking hard. And I was getting so absolutely fucked over by my Spotify playlist. Oh my god. I put it on my show tunes playlist, which is usually full of absolute bangers. And I mean, it is full of absolute bangers, but because it's like my hype show tunes, which helps me with like cardio. Jazz from like the 50s, modern reggae, and hype show tunes are like my cardio songs. And I accidentally had it on like the magical whatever Spotify magical. It'll like choose other songs that are like related to your playlist thing. And so it wasn't my songs. It wasn't my songs. And the song, I have so many absolute banger hype songs from musicals. And what played when I was doing like my biggest cardio challenge in forever was the song of when Philip Hamilton dies in Hamilton. The song of crying of after, not even his murder song whenever there's the duel, but the song when he's like dead, like dying, and Eliza and Hamilton are like mourning him. And then the second song that played was I'm Not That Girl from Wicked, but the Japanese version, which, like, you know what? I'm so happy that y'all have a version of that song, but it is not a hype song, and it's even less hype when I can't understand the lyrics. It's like a sad song about how she can't get the girl can't get the guy that she wants. And I was like, I just wanted to die. But I did do my 10 minutes. I did do my 10 minutes. And it was very difficult, but I did it. When will the name trace word rep be available again? Girl, I got you. Were you able to skip the mid-exercise? No. My hands are occupied, okay? I am climbing. Time for some funeral music for my cardio. Really? Really, that's how it felt. Please repeat. Yippee. Yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. What do you feel works the most about that machine? Legs, arms, or back? I feel it mostly in my legs. It's actually super satisfying because I feel it in my glutes. Or not really like my glutey glutes, but I feel it in like my side glutes. I don't know all the names of the different parts of my glutes, but I feel it on the sides, like my outermost quads and also my side glutes. And that's super satisfying. It's super satisfying because I don't do much that like targets that. And even though it's not like heavy lifting, you know, it's just it's kind of like cycling or something. You're just like doing a hard thing a million times. It's satisfying to feel a burn in that area because I don't do much where I get a satisfying burn in that area. Yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Does a machine move by itself or is it all manual? Manual, but it's like mechanical. I don't understand it really. I didn't make it. I don't make it, I just use it. I'm not a doctor, but pretty sure it's manual. It moves based on your weight? God, I don't understand it. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. I don't have anything else to put on my head right now. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap, and he called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a... That's it. No longer can I hold the position. No longer. No longer. No longer. No longer. Everything has become too precarious. All too precarious, say I. All too precarious. Can you tell if what was going through your mind during that ordeal? Yes, I can. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. I thought that was obvious, but I guess some people need everything to be spelled out for them, so that's okay. I feel conflicted about the gym because tomorrow is like supposedly supposed to be arm day or whatever, but my arms are still sore from that day. It's been like, what? It was Sunday night, and tomorrow's Thursday, because I did those lateral raises with the freaking 10-pound dumbbell instead of my usual 7.5. My arms are still sore, so I feel very conflicted. What am I gonna do? I might have to do a leg day instead, but my legs, leg day was Monday. My legs are also, I usually give my legs a little, at least one more day. What if you do 50-50 legs core? Maybe. I don't know. I'll see what happens. I'll see how I feel when I wake up, I definitely can do a little bit of back tomorrow. Cards on the ground. I definitely can do a little bit of back tomorrow. And I can definitely... I don't like splitting up my leg day. I really like to do like a dedicated everything leg day. I don't like only doing a little leg this day, a little leg next day. So either tomorrow is leg day or tomorrow is not. You on PPL? No, I'm not on that. I'm not on that push-pull leg nonsense. Nonsense, I say. Okay? Maybe they'll feel better once you're in the gym. Very, very possible. PLLA? What is that? Push legs, arms? I don't know what that is. I do a leg day. So basically I have lower body day, upper body day, and then like a core and cardio day, and then I have like a kind of chill day, but not like totally chill day, like a day where I usually go on a run or something, maybe like no heavy weightlifting one day. And then I have another lower body day, upper body day, is usually what it is. But that's not what it is every week. That's only what it is 2 weeks out of the month. The other 2 weeks of the month are less than that. You're doing around 6 days a week now? Only for 2 weeks of the month. Sleepy wishes to do leg. It's true. I would do lower body day every day if I could. I do 6 days a week whenever I am feeling my most energized, and then the other 2 weeks out of the month I'm like going 3-ish days those weeks, so it all evens out. It's a good balance, especially if you alternate the weeks. I do not alternate the weeks. It's non-consensual cycle syncing, okay? Shaka. My body, A, does not let me work out at certain parts of my cycle. I am so weak. I am so weak. I'm so weak. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I can't do shit. And then at other parts of my cycle, I have so much energy and so much strength. I feel agitated when I can't like lift heavy. You know, I'm like, oh my god, I have to throw heavy things around right now. There's a hair in front of me. Body demands, exactly. And it makes me feel good, feels balanced, so I'm chill with it. Yippee. If you mentally believe it will happen, your body's gonna find a way to make it physically happen. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, at the weakest part of my cycle, and this is true for most women, it's when you're PMSing that you're physically the weakest. And I can't do math, but like when I say I feel weak, like I've always known that I get weak, right? But I've never, until I started going to the gym, I didn't have a way of like actually quantifying that because I wasn't measuring how much I lifted, right? But like I remember specifically one day weak or fatigued, weak and fatigued, but mostly weak. How many less reps? No, you don't understand. I didn't, so it was like my cycle or my period was starting early and I didn't realize, so I was like PMSing, but I didn't realize. I mean, I literally figured it out when I was at the gym because I was like, I am too weak right now for this to make sense. And I was doing the rear delt flies, which usually I do at 40 pounds. 40 pounds, okay? Whenever I was at the weakest point in my cycle, I could do 2 reps with 10 pounds. 2 reps with 10 pounds. So that is how extreme the strength goes down. It's actually wild. Better than 1 rep, that's true. That's true. It is a heavy debuff. I can't even do a pull-up. I can't do a pull-up either. Don't worry about it. I think most people can't do pull-ups. Pull-ups are pretty tough. Even holding onto the bar for 30 seconds is hard. Yeah, it is. It is. In those days, what exercises do you do instead? Whatever I feel like. Do you have a different routine? Whatever I feel like. The routine is literally like whatever I feel like doing is what I will do. Because, you know, it's just sometimes I will want to do different things, and so the important thing for me is to just feel good. And if feeling good means no weightlifting and just going on walks, then I'll do that. If what feeling good means doing a little bit of yoga or Pilates, then I'll do that. If feeling good just means sleeping, then I will just do that. Yeah, those are definitely days where I just do what feels good, because it's kind of all I can bear to do. So hello Victor. Farewell, MNC. Farewell. Farewell, 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 farewell. And it's the prankster. Here's your name, Trace. Click, click, click. I click Dishk. S Dishk. H sk. E amp. Click, click. Arshk. A N click. K shk shk. S T click. E shk R. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I'm alone in this, but are you also scared of going too hard and injuring yourself in the gym? Tearing a muscle looks so painful, and I always have that worry when I lift. Yeah, I don't worry about it. I don't know why I don't. Maybe I should, but I don't worry about it. If you want to work the abs while doing something fun, you should go on a hike and carry my dogs like a suitcase. That will work the core. Sounds like a good idea. I have another dog story from going on a walk. It's actually a frustrating story. I was on a walk yesterday. Was it the same husky? No. I was on a walk, and I was in kind of like the little neighborhoody area of my walk, and there's some guys doing construction on a house, and I had to pass next to them, and barking at the construction guys was this like kind of across the street from them, and just like kind of scared barking at them was this little tiny dog. I don't know what kind of breed it was. I'm not very good at the small dogs. It wasn't a dachshund, and it wasn't a Pomeranian, and it wasn't a Chihuahua, but it was like a long, wiry haired little thing, and it was just standing scared. I could tell it had a collar on, but it had no leash, and it was barking. And clearly in my head I was like, this dog belongs to someone and no one is around. What is happening? And so I kept walking. I was on the other side of the street from it, so I kept walking, and then it started barking at me as if it was kind of scared, and I kept walking, and it followed me a little bit and barked at me. So then I like sat on the ground. I just like sat and was like, hi dog, what's up? Are you scared? Are you lost? I tried not to make like too much eye contact, but then I would like look back at it, and I would be like, hey dog, I'm a friend. Do you have a friend? Are you lost right now? What's up, dog? It wasn't a Yorkie. It had kind of like a smush face, but it wasn't like a pug or anything, because it was like wiry long hair. It might have been a mix, I don't know. But it clearly, it was interested in me, but it was too far away, Destructicon. It was on the other side of the street, and it was like stiff barking at me. So, and if I like stood up or moved too fast, it was like kind of walking away. So it was a little bit far. And after a couple minutes of that, I kind of just stood up and was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep walking, and either this dog is gonna follow or it's gonna not. And like, I can't, it's in the middle of this neighborhood. It's probably fine. I'm just gonna keep walking, and maybe something will happen, maybe not. So I kept walking, and the dog on the other side of the street was kind of following me for a little while, but then eventually it just turned a corner and walked away. And I was like, alright, I guess that's that. Too bad. I kept walking like another 3 or 4 blocks, okay? It was like a while of walking. I turned a corner, and the dog was right there. And I was like, oh my god, it's you. And the dog was still no leash. And now, I was on the same corner as the dog, but its long hair was covering its tag a little bit. So I sat down on the corner, and the dog was probably like 2 yards away from me, and it was sniffing the ground. And if you're a dog person, you can kind of tell the difference between when a dog is just sniffing and when it's like thirsty. Well, I feel like when they're sniffing, they're like sniffing, but whenever they're looking for water, they kind of like nuzzle their snout into the ground in a way. And the dog was doing that, and I felt bad. And I had water with me, so I was on the sidewalk, and I kind of poured water on the sidewalk in its direction, and the water trickled down to the dog, and so the dog kind of came up to it and started licking, and I was like, yes, success. So the dog kind of came up and started licking the water. And across the street from me, there was an old lady on the phone on her porch. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but she was just like talking on her phone and she wasn't paying attention. And I kept giving this dog water, and I was trying to get it to come close to me. I also had a hat on my head because it was sunny outside. And I still couldn't get the dog to like come close to me, but I could kind of bend down and I started to be able to see that its name was Chase. And so I was like, oh my gosh, Chase, what a normal name. Hi Chase, what's up? I took my hat off because I couldn't get the dog to smell my hand, and I just kind of put the hat in between us and I like walked away, and the dog indeed came up and smelled the hat, so I was like, yes, success. But then whenever I went to go grab the hat again, time passed, like five minutes. I was just sitting there. I wanted to put my hat back on my head, so I went to grab the hat, and just that movement like scared the dog a good bit, and it went back again. And I was like, oh, okay. Poured more water, dog came and got it, and we kind of were just in that back and forth for a pretty long time. The dog eventually did get a little close to me and sniff my hand, but then when I moved just a little, it like ran away again. Not ran away, just like went about a yard away from me again. And eventually I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna get up and see if this dog follows me across the street. So I got up and started walking across the street, and of course, this empty road where nothing was happening, as soon as I got up and started walking across the street and the dog started following me, a car needed to turn the corner. And so the dog stopped in the middle of the road, and I was on the other side of the street, and the car started honking at the dog, and then the drivers were looking at me and, making hand movements, and I was like, I'm sorry, it's not my dog. I don't know what to do. And then the person in the car rolled down their window and said, don't worry, it's their dog. And I was like, what? So yes, like you predicted, Destructicon, it was a careless owner. And clearly these people in the car even knew that it was an issue. And they just kept honking at the dog, and eventually the dog moved. And I was like, okay, so I just walked away. But man, it pissed me off, because yeah, that dog had been walking around the whole neighborhood off leash, scared and thirsty. And it made me sad. You always end up having cars honking in your dog stories. I think it's an American thing. All American stories involve a honking car, okay? Want to hear a sort of downer of a story? Sure. Some owners just let their dogs go out and wander till they come back on their own. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like, for certain types of dogs in certain environments, I think that's fine. Like, if you're way out in the countryside and it's a big dog that can defend itself, it's like a herding dog or a guard dog, then like, yeah, totally, that's fine. But this was like a neighborhood with many dogs in the neighborhood, construction people, cars driving everywhere. There's no fields here, okay? Like, it's all roads, and the dog was this big, and it was like, it was not okay. It was not okay. This is not the kind of dog or the kind of situation where it should just be wandering around off leash. There's this guy that passed away, and in his will he wrote that he would like his dog to be euthanized and buried with him. Which I think is incredibly selfish of them to want to end their dog's life early. Luckily, the family said they wouldn't honor that part of the will. That is sad. It, however, does remind me of this Napoleon quote. Do y'all know the Napoleon quote about the dog? It's actually quite moving. Here, let me pull up the painting, the famous painting that depicts what Napoleon was talking about. If I can find it. If I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. There's actually more paintings of this than I thought there would be. And none of them are the one that's in my head, but I wonder if they're all depicting the same thing. I don't know. This one will do, though. This one will do. It's not coming up, is it? It's not coming up. Let me see. This is not the picture that I want. This is not... Oh. Not this again. Not this again. This isn't what I want at all. Let's just try this again. Let's try this again. Window capture. There we go. There we go. This will do. Alright, this is context. This is context for this Napoleon Bonaparte quote. The soldier, I realized, must have had friends at home and in his regiment, yet he lay there deserted by all except his dog. I looked on, unmoved, at battles which decided the future of nations. Tearless, I had given orders which brought death to thousands, yet here I was stirred, profoundly stirred, stirred to tears, And by what? The grief of one dog. Napoleon. We do love our pets. We do love our pets. Let's see what other quotes Napoleon has. Oh wait, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake? That's Napoleon? God. I figured that was like Destiny or something. I'm kidding. I figured it was, I don't know, Caesar. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Interesting. On the inverse of that, it reminds me of Odysseus returns home in disguise after 20 years and he encounters his dog, Argos, who's now old and neglected but still recognizes him, only strong enough to wag his tail and not even get up. Unable to reveal his identity, Odysseus holds back tears and passes by his faithful companion. Shortly after seeing his master again, Argus dies, having waited all those years for Odysseus to return. I didn't know that. I never heard that. What? Oh, and we have a painting. Look at that. Sad dog stream. This is now a sad dog stream. Another Napoleon quote. I am not a Napoleon stan. Let it be known, okay? I'm not like a fan of Napoleon, but he is quotable, okay? He did some interesting stuff. He's quotable, and I'm admiring his quotes. Courage isn't having the strength to go on. It's going on when you don't have strength. She just loves Frenchmen. It's true. What can I say? In politics, stupidity is not a handicap. I wonder what he means by that. What do y'all think he means by that? Courage is like love. It must have hope for nourishment. Interesting. That even stupid people can be in politics? I guess. Honestly, I don't think it's like even stupid people can be in politics. I think he's saying that stupidity is like a strength, right? For like the populists. If you're running on a populist platform, I think he's proposing that stupidity, makes you one of the people. One of the boys. The stupider you are, the more relatable. Impossible is a word to be found only in the dictionary of fools. Show me a family of readers, and I will show you the people who move the world. That's good, as we read quotes about Napoleon. History is a set of lies agreed upon. Maybe I am a Napoleon stan. I don't know. I don't know enough about him. I know there's a lot of opinions about him, though. Most people agree that he was very short, though. That is one thing most people agree on. Hello, balsamic vinegar. Welcome in. He wasn't that short for his time. History is a set of lies agreed upon, Gisley, okay? You're just saying that because you've agreed with the lie that people used to be shorter. A leader is a dealer in hope. That's true. I think that's how Obama decided that his whole thing should be hope. Wasn't Obama's whole thing hope? Hope. Hope, Pope. Pope, hope. Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne, and I founded empires, but on what did we rest the creations of our genius? Upon force. Jesus Christ founded his empire upon love, and at this hour, millions of men would die for him. Damn. Good Christian man. In France, we don't really like Napoleon. Some of us are proud of the empire he built, but for the rest of us, we see him as a dictator. Interesting. Yeah. I feel like in America, we kind of laugh at Napoleon. We consider him like a silly dictator of old. A silly dictator of old who gave us a ton of territory. And who certainly like contributed to the expansion of America. But I wouldn't say Napoleon's like respected in America either. But I feel like what there is not is discussions on like whether his character was good or bad. Like that's not something that I have a educated opinion on. I don't know how he ruled. I don't know what about him was dictatorial. I don't know anything really about him outside of like the America stuff. I really don't know. At least in our history books, I think for Americans, Napoleon is seen as a great general that had a cowardly ending. Interesting. I don't even remember that. A woman laughing is a woman conquered. Damn. Okay, Napoleon. Music, of all the liberal arts, has the greatest influence over the passions, and it is to that which the legislator ought to give the greatest encouragement. Ah, interesting. I didn't know he was a Chad. Yeah, no, Napoleon is wrong about this, okay? A woman laughing is a woman conquered? No. Women laugh to conquer men. Okay? Women laugh to conquer men. It is that simple. It is that simple. Oh damn, this one's crazy. This is a little bit dictatorial, I will say. You don't reason with intellectuals. You shoot them. Okay. You don't reason with intellectuals. You shoot them. Conquests will come and go, but Delambra's work will endure. I don't know who Delambra is. Jean-Baptiste Joseph Delambra. An astronomer? In 1749, Jean-Baptiste Delambre was born in France. Delambre made huge contributions to astronomy, despite losing most of his vision to smallpox as a toddler. That's cool. A blind astronomer? That's like really cool. What? He was educated at a Jesuit college in Amiens until the Jesuits were expelled from France in 1764. Although originally contemplating life as a priest, Delambre became a rationalist. That's so Jesuit of him. Jesuits are, they're the scientific priests, so they're always sniffing atheism, He tutored, then studied in Paris under the eminent atheist and astronomer Jérôme Lalande, becoming his assistant. In 1789, Delambre recorded the transit of Mercury across the sun and corrected the existing tables. In 1789, Delambre won the Grand Prix by the Academy of Sciences for calculating the precise orbit of Uranus. He was given his own observatory in 1789. This is great, but I don't understand why Napoleon cares. Okay, in 1809, Napoleon, his admirer, asked the Academy to award a Best Scientific Publication of the Decade, which went to Delambre. I guess Napoleon was just a fanboy? Delambre's multi-volume history of astronomy became a science classic. Mathematician Joseph Fourier, in his obituary of Delambre, said the scientific world was indebted to Delambre for the geodic operation. The United States was indebted to Delambre for his role in freeing a Mr. M. Smithson, a political prisoner of war. That came out of left field. Why was he freeing a prisoner of war? In 1809, Delambre wrote to the French Ministry of War requesting his release. Oh, I guess that's it. I should have kept reading. Smithson later bequeathed his extensive estate to the United States to found the establishment that became the Smithsonian Institution. So he was just like a big science deal. I guess he was just a big science deal. Napoleon sold Louisiana to the U.S. because he knew this land would be lost anyway. He knew they would revolt and join the United States. He wanted to focus on his land in Africa to fight against England. Yeah. Napoleon would have loved Warhammer. Yes. Probably so. Isn't that the name of an eel? Delambre? China is a sleeping giant. Let him sleep, for if he wakes, he will shake the world. The oddest thing to me about this quote is masculine pronouns for a country. Usually countries are feminized. I wonder why Napoleon masculinized China. What's your favorite quote ever? I don't have a favorite quote ever, but my brain is on St. Francis right now because we were doing St. Francis lore earlier. The prayer of St. Francis is one of my favorite prayers. I love it. I love this prayer. This is what it is. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen. I love that prayer. I love that prayer. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. How many of the Napoleon quotes do you think were actually said by him as opposed to written much later? At least one or two. I will say, I have a feeling he said them in French, not English. But I don't know. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Are you serious? Napoleon said that? Napoleon said a picture is worth it? There's no way that's true. I'm just reading Goodreads quotes right now. I feel like there's no way Napoleon said that. Maybe he did, though. I don't know. Maybe it was a painting. 10 people who speak make more noise than the 10,000 who are silent. Whew. That is true. That is true. That is true. Napoleon Bonaparte is credited with using the phrase, "A good sketch is better than a long speech." Some say a similar translation is a Chinese proverb, and the popular, "A picture's worth 1,000 words," is a modern American idiom. Goodreads did indeed mislead me. Why am I not surprised? Goodreads is honestly a shit website, and I think it is actually a net negative on the world. I said it. I think Goodreads is a net negative on the world. I think the book culture that it encourages is like an unhealthy book culture for consumption and reviewing and for author engagement and everything. I think it's like bad. I think it's like it encourages badness. And also, obviously, the quotes are like a mess. It's not like a good place to actually learn things about books. There's no verification processes for authors or the books that they write. There's like a big issue in Goodreads where like works are accredited to authors that they didn't books are credited to authors when that author didn't write that book, or books will have like reviews before they're even published. It's like a massive issue because nothing is verified. How else would I get my book SparkNotes? SparkNotes is actually a decent website, I would say, so you can just get them from SparkNotes, Destructicon. Sleepy, we can't be burning bridges like that. Look, there was never a bridge. There was never a bridge between me and Goodreads. I'm insulted that you would even suggest there being a bridge between me and Goodreads, okay? Click, click, click. I'm glad I never got on it in the first place. Yeah, me too. All these Napoleon quotes left you wanting more. Honestly, yeah. I think we should conquer Goodreads. I think we should conquer it. Why we have that picture on the left? Man, it's Odysseus coming back home, seeing his dog. And his dog is so tired and old, the dog can't even get up to greet Odysseus, who's in a disguise, and the dog is the only one who recognizes Odysseus, and all the dog can do in response to seeing his old master is wag his tail, and he's the only one who recognizes him, and the dog's name is Argus, and Odysseus loves his dog but can't bend down to pet it or acknowledge it because he's in a disguise, and then soon after, Argus dies because he got to see his master one last time. His dog was also his pride and joy, and he loved it more than the world. Based. You know, I've always taken issue with, like, the idea of being an animal lover. And I don't know why that category annoys me. I was thinking about it the other day, and I think I kind of came to a conclusion with it. It's because, like, I don't consider myself an animal lover. I consider myself like a decent person. And what that means is that I respect animals, and I also love them when I have a close relationship with them, but I don't, like, form a artificial attachment to them for social clout. And I also obviously like them enough that I orient my life, I orient a large part of my life around, like, taking a stance for animal welfare. And I'm chill with other people who like the label of being an animal lover, but I don't know why it's always annoyed me to label myself when people tell me, like, oh, are you an animal lover? Do you like animals? It's like, I mean, like, yeah, but, like, I'm just a decent person. I don't know. I'm just I'm just a decent person. I don't know. Of course I love animals. I certainly don't hate them. Yeah, I think colloquially it's to differentiate between pet owners and non-pet owners. Ah, interesting. Is anyone an animal hater? There are some families and, like, cultural bubbles and groups that definitely fear animals, even, like, domesticated animals, like, ew, cats, ew, dogs, whatever. Maybe it's more of being against social labeling. I love a good category, okay? I love accurate, descriptive categories, alright? But I don't like useless categories. I don't like wrong categories, and I certainly don't like it when people put me in a category that is wrong. That is wrong. Because it's like, oh no, you're just, like, wrong about me, you know? I think most people that don't grow up with pets don't know how to interact with animals and are generally more cautious. Yeah, for sure. Elma Poshin, thank you for your name, Trace Redeem. E click L M A P shk O sk C H click I dot N. Thank you. And Vakuru Summit. Okay. U, click, arshk, U, S, A, M, click, click, ashk, T. Thank you, Guru Samat. Guru, Guru, Guru Samat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Clickety click. Shka, shka. Someone who was very, very, very socially adept in my life, wise, honestly, scarily socially adept, and manipulative, and very good at being manipulative. He said something to me once. He actually didn't say it to me. He said it to someone I knew, and then they told me. But he said something once that I think is really, really true, and it sticks in my head a lot, which is that nothing makes someone more outwardly angry than being told that they did something they didn't do, or that they are something that they aren't. And being overly defensive can be a sign that you did do something or that you are something, but being overly defensive is distinct from being angry. So, like, if you accuse someone of being a communist, if it's 1950, if it's 1960, and you accuse someone of being a communist, and they don't give a fuck at all, they're probably not a communist. If you accuse someone of being a communist and they get a little bit overly defensive and they're like, well, let me tell you all of the reasons that I'm not a communist, actually. They may or may not be a communist, but if they get really pissed off, if they just get fully angry at you, they are like probably not a communist. Almost definitely not a communist. And I think that a lot of people look at anger and they see it as defensiveness. You know, they see it as the second option. They can't distinguish between the second example and the third example I gave. But I think it's an important distinction. If you tell someone that they are something, or that they did something, and they get really angry, I think it's true that they probably aren't that, or didn't do that. And that's important for categorizations. If someone gets angry at a categorization, they're probably not that. Alright. Nobunaga, thank you so much for your tip. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Let's see what the cards have for Nobunaga. Nobunaga, Nobunaga, Nobunaga. We have the 8 of Cups, the 8 of Cups, the 8 of Cups, the 8 of Cups, the King of Pentacles, and the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords. Click. Click. The King of Pentacles, the 8 of Cups, and the Knight of Swords. Let me think. Nobunaga, I think you are giving someone the gift of walking away from them so that they can fight their own battles. I think someone needs to fight their own battle in your life. And the way that you can take care of them is walking away and looking on from a distance, being there if they tag you in, right? But letting them fight their own battle. Let's get another card. Ah, yes. And that will be an act of communion between you, alright? That'll be an act of communion between you to let them fight their battle while you look on. Even though you'll be apart in many ways, you will be spiritually united in that act. The freeze, the freeze, the freeze, the freeze. Meow. What up? What up? What up, cat? Hello, hello. What do you want? What? Why are you being so assertive, huh? The freeze. This is interesting, Nobunaga, because we have 2 water cards and 1 wind card, air card, and the air cards are often also thought to be the cold cards. So these cards together are kind of frozen. And I think that there is a frozen aspect to this reading, because it's like you're you are separating yourself from someone else in a way that might feel like you are freezing yourself in time to let them go and fight their battle, where you can wait in a cryo tank for them to come back. Letting yourself be stagnant as a gift to them, so that they can be brave in the ways that they need to be brave, so that they can act with agency and autonomy and courage in the ways that they need to act for themselves. An open book, very accurate. I'm glad that it resonated. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for your tip. I've heard that a lot of cheaters in relationships get angry when accused, so I'm not sure I always agree with that statement. I feel like cheaters usually get defensive. I feel like they might get angry defensive, but like whenever I talk about the distinction, I mean like sometimes defensiveness can be as elevated as anger, but anger is a little bit more like of a refusal to, the anger that I'm talking about is like a refusal to even engage with it. Whereas like defensive anger is more like, oh my god, you're ridiculous, I'm not cheating, let me show you my phone, let me show you my texts, you know that I share my location with you, you know that I do all this, blah 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 blah. And then the kind of pure anger is just like, I would never cheat on you. What the fuck? I cannot believe that you feel like that. No. But yeah. So they're kind of both angry, but it's like it's a different type of thing. I feel like you could also be manipulative and pretend to be angry. That's also true. If you're very manipulative, you could definitely do it. Yeah, totally. You can fake, you can lie if you're an advanced manipulator. Like the psychopath that I was talking about. You could absolutely fake it. Yeah, it's like a balance. If you don't care, you'll be right in the middle, so you probably aren't that I don't think it's a balance. I think it's like if you don't care, or if you don't really respond to the accusation, or if you're defensive to the accusation, then it may or may not be an accurate accusation. But if you're just angry and revolted, you're more likely, I would say, to just not be the not be the accusation. And I think that kind of anger, the anger that I would say is a sign of innocence, the reason that it presents the way that it does is because it's mixed with surprise, right? The people who, to go back to the previous analogy, just to make communication easier, the people who are communists have practiced responses in their head. Even if they haven't practiced the response with you, they know they're a communist, or they know they have communist inclinations or whatever. And so whenever they're accused of being a communist, there's some kind of narrative in their head already. But if you truly are not a communist and someone calls you a communist, all you feel is like blah, blah, blah. Like you just freeze because it's so surprising because it's not you. And then you're angry because you feel misunderstood and you feel unseen. So whenever you accuse someone of something and they're just like, when they just have that like loss of words kind of anger, I think it's usually a sign of innocence. Anger is more of a pure sentiment, comes from the unexpected. Yeah. I mean, maybe anger isn't really the right word here, because obviously, like I said, like defensiveness can be angry, and there's like, you know, like, I don't know, like if you accuse your partner of cheating on you, and then they're like, I haven't cheated on you, and then they like punch you and then like make you go through all their texts or something, then like that's defensive, but it's definitely angry as well. So like my verbiage isn't the best here, or my adjective choices aren't the best here, because anger isn't the best word because it has overlap with the defensiveness. But I'm distinguishing between like general anger and like the loss of words, confusion kind of anger. The loss of words, confusion kind of anger is like a sign of innocence. The limits of English to explain emotions. Yeah, we're trying. I'm sure there are words. They're just like not the normal words that normal people use. What if I sarcastically agree? That would put you in the gray, okay? That would put you in the gray. That requires more investigation. I'm not communist, but if someone calls me a communist, I would just laugh. Yeah, I used communism for the example because I feel like it's like not that big deal, not a big deal of an accusation anymore. But back during the, what did they even call it? I can't even remember. During the Red Scare. Thank you, the Red Scare. It was like a big deal accusation. My head was saying the Adams administration because I'm still thinking about Hamilton lyrics from earlier. I was like, it definitely wasn't the Adams administration. Jesus Christ. The Red Scare. Yes. Thank you. Clickety clack, click clack. Clickety clack, click, clickety clack, click, click clack, click clack, click clack, click, click clack, click clack, click clack, click, click clack, click clack, click clack, clickety click clack. I think sarcastically agreeing is really hilarious. My grandmother, one of my grandparents, is like the sweetest, cutest, most wonderful lady. Well, both of my grandparents, but I'm just telling a story about one of them. And like she just like reeks of innocence, you know, which is funny because she's old and she's absolutely seen way more shit than I've seen. Like, I don't know how old people do it. They're so fake. They're so fake in that way. But she was certainly like a little rebel when she was younger, but now she's like a, you know, or at this time, she was like a sweet church-going old lady. She wore those like southern like floral pantsuits that old southern grandmas wear. And we walked into a shop, and we were visiting the big city, right? We were visiting the big city. She comes from a little tiny town where there's no crime and nothing happens, a town of like less than 1,000 people, right? But we were visiting the big city, and we went into a shop, and the shop had like a sign on the door that said like, please leave your bags at the please leave your bags at the desk or something if you have big bags. And so we went in, and my grandma had like a backpack on, and my grandma kind of went up to the store lady and she was like, do I have to put my bag up here? And the lady was like, oh, well, you know, yours is on your back, so it's a little bit harder to steal anything, so I guess you can keep it on. And my grandma turned to her and said, oh, well, you should know, I'm really good at stealing. And I was like, Grandma, I know you're being funny and sarcastic, but you really can't joke like that. You really can't. It was a wild moment. It was a wild moment. I didn't actually tell her that. I just laughed. But I was thinking it. Another Carter says, just FYI, for us Ukrainians and for all those who still remember the atrocities of the commies in Eastern Europe, it will always be a serious topic of convo. That is very, very fair. I was definitely speaking from an American perspective. Good to know. Good to know. Did you leave the store immediately? No, we kept shopping. We were looking around. We were browsing. Grandmas are always out of pocket like that. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's very true. It's very true. It's very true. I bet the lady at the store was keeping an eye after that comment. Who's to say? Who is to say? Is that a good sound? Microphone gripping. Gripping, 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 gripping. Oh my god, I just found my scissors. They were on my trigger table. I was looking for these for like 30 minutes earlier today. can't cut the cheese without those. It's true. How would I cut? How would I cut? How would I cut? Just kidding. Do you ever just let your hair sit in the scissors just for fun? Just for fun, just let it sit there. Just to stick it to the man for a second. You know what I mean? I feel like I have to even it out on the other side. Just like the symbol of it. My body is telling me I need to even it out on the other side. Just let this sit here for a good long second. A good long second. A good long second. Have you ever cut your hair by yourself? Yes. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I cut my hair shoulder length myself. Freshman year of college, I believe. I had pretty long hair. Probably about the length that I have it now, if not a little bit longer. And I cut it like around this length. It looked like this. And I liked it. I do like having short hair, but I also like having long hair. I like both. I like both. Dun 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 dun. What's the longest and shortest? The shortest would probably be like about here. The longest, probably about to the bottom of my rib cage, around my belly button. It's never been short since I was a baby. When are you gonna embrace the monk life and shave the top of your hair in a ring? Only boy monks do that. Girl monks shave their whole heads, which I have considered doing. I have considered just shaving it all off, you know? Girl monks do that? Well, they're called nuns, but yes. Because they were habits. They were habits. So their head doesn't show at the Catholic nuns. And, you know, it's like expensive and time intensive to take care of a mane of hair, so they just cut it all off. You don't need to have shaved hair for a habit, but it just makes their whole life easier. And they don't like strictly shave it. For most people it's probably kind of buzzed and then they shave it like every couple weeks or whatever. Yes. Do you have a question for the class before the stream ends? Can nuns become friars? No. Because nuns cannot become priests. Because women cannot become priests. Class, I have a very important question to ask you. Okay, so listen up. Listen up close. If you answer the question correctly, you'll get back scratches for the entire class, okay? What is the capital of Wyoming? Shk, shk, shk. Here's your hint. Why? Click. Oh, why? Click. Is Anne so shy? Click. Why? Oh, why? Is Anne so shy? Click. Why? Oh, why is Anne so shy? Why? Oh, why is Anne so shy? Why? Oh, why is Anne so shy? Clickety click. BNB Gizli Green Ninja CEO Guru Summit Illusion High on Ramen's Pyrosocial Nobunaga Verome Ultraman Kessel Smuggler Mario Pyrosocial. Very good job. You've won back scratches for the entire class. Click, click, click. You've won back scratches for the entire class. Scratch, scratch, scratchy, 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 scratch. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Call me. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Call me. Scratchy, scratchy, scratch. Scratch, 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 scratch. Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, 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 scratch. I think I got bot attacked on Sleepy Supplementals, but I'm not miffed about it. I'm like interested in it. It was weird. If you look at the VOD for AI, Teichichi, and Jesus, I had a massive amount of long comments come in from the same person all within 1 hour. I think it would be too much for them to type with them within an hour, but also they did say that they were manic and like BPD within the comments, so it could have just been someone having like a breakdown or someone plugging something into AI and spam commenting. It seemed like it was too much though, and all the comments were really weird. I left most of them up. Some of them were too weird, so I did delete them. They were like suggestive and gross, so I deleted them, but I left most of their comments up because I thought it was interesting. But it was weird. I was like, what is this? And like also yeah, exactly, Nobunaga, AI is in the title, so I was thinking like, did I bring this upon myself? What is happening? Anyway though, that's not really relevant. What should I name the stream? What should I name this stream? Definitely St. Francis is going in there. St. Francis, Napoleon, yes. St. Francis, Napoleon. St. Francis, Napoleon. How about this? How about this one? St. Francis, Napoleon, sad dogs. Ruff, ruff. I feel like if we had this... Oh, whoops. I feel like if we had this sad dog for like this whole stream, they gotta make the title, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Not the whole stream, probably like the last hour. Alright, my friends, who shall we read? Who shall we read? Who shall we read? Let's read The Mystic Village again. I have been loving their vibe, brothers and sisters. Upon more reading the comments from the bot you got made no sense. Exactly. So yeah, it must have been a bot. I'm thinking it was a bot. Anyway. Let's say goodnight. Good night, everyone. Thank you for spending this night with me. I hope you sleep well, and I'll see y'all soon, okay? Good night, good night, good night. Good night, sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Good night, sleepy, 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 sleepy. Good night.